this is both a conversation with our audience, and also just supposed to be a super fun, human conversation with with YouTubers.
I'm so excited about this. I fucking love YouTube, so this is great for me. This is like probably the most excited I've been all week. Is just to talk about stuff that's not even related to board games.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Hello, welcome to Quackalope. Thank you for being here. Today we're talking Hello, welcome to Quackalope. Thank you for being here. Today we're talking to you about our favorite YouTube content creators, period. Flat out.
These are the people that,
my gosh.
If you can say top 10, you can make a list, you can rank them, but for me, and I think for you too, these are the people where if a video comes out, I watch it. And usually to the detriment of any productivity I'm trying to have.
One of the people on the list today, while I was waiting for you to come back and supposed to be filming B-roll, I watched their video. These are the content creators that I think put out the best, most interesting, most well-produced, most human, just diverse content in this space, and I cannot wait to share them with you and celebrate them. I mean, I started doing YouTube 3.5 years ago. Like we hit 40, we're about to hit 40,000 subscribers, which is incredible, and it's been a ton of work, and so I can't imagine what the people that have been doing this longer and doing this bigger and better than us have been doing, because I admire and look up to every single one of these people on my list.
His list sounds different than mine.
I'm curious. We don't know each other's lists. I'm really curious about this, but it's one of those things for me where like I started watching YouTube back in the heyday.
Well, I mean, so I think that it's unique for me and you because we are right at the precipice of being the generation who literally grew up with it, but grew up with it at a point at which we were savvy, we knew the internet, we grew into what YouTube was. I mean, when I was in middle school, it was right at the point where internet videos were becoming a thing.
Yeah.
But it was before YouTube existed. And so I have this weird dynamic of this phase of internet videos that I was like, that are pre-YouTube, like Numa Yay, and all of that stuff.
Yes.
And then YouTube hit, and we were like, wait, there's a site for just all of these videos?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, for the last, 2005 for YouTube.
Sure.
So the last 17 years of my life, I've grown up with this platform.
Yeah.
And I think it has made us culturally attached to it. More so than like, an older person that's coming to technology or even younger people.
A YouTube content creator in first high school, and then in college, where I test ran my first videos ever, and those videos were love letters to Zay Frank, the grandfather of YouTube content creation, the person that like DeFranco blames for him starting, and like Zay Frank, who went on to be like one of the founders or runners of BuzzFeed, just an internet genius. I remember just trying to copy his style of communication and cuts, and they were horrible. and then season after season, we got to a point where like I finally decided, life had a big change for me, and I finally decided, if I want this, I have to double down. And if I spend the next 5 years, like 3 to 5 years, just doing content, I'll end up somewhere cool, or I'll fail, and that'll be a good lesson learned.
Quick question that I've never thought of. So I know, like, I haven't maybe ever connected the dots, but previous to YouTube, you were doing videography and photography. Yeah. Was your interest in, like, the visual media, even though it wasn't YouTube, was the visual media part of it because of stuff like YouTube?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That's so interesting.
Photography was a bit adjacent.
I didn't think about that.
But my first experimentations with video at all, before it became a career, and then before it became a YouTube career, was trying to make YouTube videos. In my dorm room, I hung like notes on the wall to make it like aesthetically look cool, and I'm gonna have to show some of them to you.
You are such a fascinating human being.
It's a whole journey.
All right.
Shall we dive into this?
Let's do this.
All right. So my list is going to be ranked from lowest subscriber count all the way up to highest subscriber count.
Which I have, in in post done the same.
For one particular reason. One, I cannot rank these people favorite to least favorite. It's impossible.
Yeah, I can't either.
And then along with that, I think the lower subscriber counts are going to be people that some of you won't know. And so, like, I want to celebrate them and share them with you. And hopefully the higher ones, you can just, like, freak out and celebrate with me. I'm so excited to talk about these people.
I've
spent
excited.
so many years watching them, and now I feel like I get to, like, even if it's 4 people that are like, oh, I love him as well, or she's amazing.
This is such a strange conversation to me.
So cool.
Because until you came... So Jesse was the one that came up with the idea for this video. And until you asked it, I think the reason why I got so excited and I was like, yes, I want to do this. We have to do this today before I
literally
leave.
said that.
It was... no one's ever asked me, what do you watch on YouTube? Like, who are the people you care about? Like, nobody's ever asked me that, which is weird.
And YouTube's a weird platform because it's so humanizing. The people that I love, I would go to bat for. And maybe I'm irrational on this.
I have a question.
But I feel like I'm friends with these people.
I have a question. Based off of how you're talking about your list versus what maybe mine is.
I'm curious.
How many of yours are individuals? Just singular individuals? It sounds like a good amount.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of mine.
9 of your 10 are just individuals.
I have a group collection of music, which we'll get to.
Yeah.
But 8 or 9 of mine are just individuals.
That's crazy. That's so cool though. That's so cool. I mean, you and I are currently doing a lot of similar stuff.
So I'm gonna
have
launch
such different tastes.
I'm gonna launch this.
Oh, you're starting first?
Starting at 94.9 thousand subscribers. Not even across that 100 mark yet. Not even with a plaque yet.
That's not a ton.
This is a channel.
My lowest is much higher.
This is a channel that I watch every episode they put out.
You love this.
This is WyrmWood. WyrmWood, for those of you that don't know, is actually a board game tabletop and woodcraft creative group.
They're a carpentry and woodworking.
They are. I don't own any of their products, but here's the incredible thing about WyrmWood. Oh, I should not have volume on. That's a bad idea for when we're trying to talk about these. The incredible thing about WyrmWood is they do vlogs behind the scenes on the company and behind the scenes on the craftsmanship and the products they're putting out. And it is advertising a bit, but it's also like the best reality TV show I've ever watched. They have some of the most entertaining office-style vlogs in the world, full of crazy characters, amazing storylines, fantastic editing, and I just absorb this stuff. I don't own their products.
Yeah.
I would love their products.
I would love their products. I can't afford their products.
But it's something about the way they tell their narrative has me invested in just them as a story. I remember when Doug here, the CEO, had this conversation with the company where, like, the company grew.
He's the chillest looking CEO I've ever seen.
The company grew to a point.
Chin strap beard.
Well, they can see it. The company grew to a point where he had a vlog where he was stepping down as the CEO of the company he created. And for me, I was sitting there like tearing up and heartbroken because he's just talking and he's like, there's a point where maybe things grow beyond what someone who is freeform and believes in people just taking their own responsibility and believes in just investing in random pockets of people. There's a point where that structure doesn't work anymore.
So how has he come back or gone against that decision? Like what did he do?
So it turns out the company still needed him as CEO. So he put Jason in charge as CEO for a while, but Jason's very analytical and pinpoint. And so
they kind of needed the idea guy at the top.
And so now they've kind of split that role, right? They were like, Doug is kind of managing one element, the future planning, the idea, the Lovecraft.
Is he like more the CVO, like the visionary officer?
Yeah. And then Jason's kind of doing design on specific products that are going to be multi-million-dollar campaigns. And then they've also brought in some consultants that are doing more things like healthcare and office management.
We don't have enough bourbon for me to want to talk about all the stuff we're going to talk about.
Do I need to go get more bourbon for you at some point?
I'm so excited to talk about
I will run off and get more bourbon for you at some point. But WyrmWood,
that's a really good pick. I've watched some of their stuff, but I'm actually a little flabbergasted that they are as low as they are.
They're an indie. They're a side. They're a niche.
I know. But their vlog is very approachable.
So good.
And as someone who doesn't consume their content as rapidly or...
By the way, we're on a dead account here, just so we can search and like hunt through things. So the subscribe button's not hit because this is not my account.
Oh, gotcha.
I just want to acknowledge that.
That's totally fine. But their vlogs are very watchable, and also they make, even outside of their vlogs, their product itself is so visually compelling and interesting. Even if you take it outside of the... That was a really good pour.
Thank you.
I hate pouring off of wide mouth stuff.
It's about
like
confidence.
You're so confident in like,
it is
everything
it's about confidence.
It really is. But I'm always compelled about what they're able to create.
Yeah.
And even though I can't afford it, I'm always wanting to.
Yeah.
So
I am a massive wormling. Devon, who are we hunting for?
So my first, I've split mine up into different categories.
Okay.
And my first one is under the category of video games.
Okay.
And my lowest subscriber count clocks in at 713,000.
That's a whole different bar from mine. That's your lowest subscriber
That's my
count?
lowest. It's my lowest.
Wow. I don't hit 713,000 for 7 of these at least.
Well, I start high and keep going.
You're very ambitious.
So mine is Noclip.
Noclip. I'm very interested to see which one of these I know and don't know.
So Noclip is a kind of like non-profit based video game documentary creation team. And what they do is they disappear for a while at a time, and they go and they create a massively just visually immersive.
I've watched this.
You've watched it?
I've watched the Half-Life documentary.
They're so good. Their documentaries are amazing glimpses into the creative process, the developmental hurdles, and just the experience of a particular game. So this one that Jesse's pulled up is about Half-Life, which is one of the most lauded, excited, expected games that have ever been created. It started with Half-Life 1, but then it really shifted to Half-Life 2, which is the most recognized title from that series, period. I mean, it is an internet joke in the video game world of when is Half-Life 3 going to be created by Valve, who is obviously not incentivized to worry about video games anymore because they own and operate Steam, which is one of the, Gabe Newell, who's the head of Valve, they don't need to do anything for the rest of their lives because they got Steam and that's all they need. But they recently did Half-Life on VR, which is Half-Life Alyx. And I don't have VR. You recently donated a headset, which I'm very grateful for.
Half-Life Alyx is mind-blowing.
Half-Life Alyx, I've played an hour of it. No, I've played 2 hours of it. The reason why I mixed that up is because I forgot how long I was playing it.
Mind-blowing.
It is so immersive, and this is Noclip does a remarkable job at distilling a large narrative history of a company, of a game, of a franchise, of a video game cultural experience, and making such a good fucking documentary. They make I love their videos. When those come out, it's just like 100%.
I'm not subbed to them, but I have watched their stuff, which is an interesting thing about YouTube. That bar of like, when do you sub, when don't you, what's valuable?
Did it just pop up in your Explore?
That popped up in my. I watch a lot of video game adjacent stuff.
Yeah.
So the Half-Life thing just popped up, and I was like, 5 million views.
Yeah.
I know, like, and then I was just absorbed.
So, have you played Half-Life Alyx on your VR?
Played about the same amount of time as you.
It's so
The problem is with my VR,
So
I needed it hooked up to an active computer to run it, and so I just didn't. I didn't have the power to do it. You'll actually have to do the same thing with a VR that I gave
But
you.
yours though, your new one should, because that's the same. The Oculus Quest 2, I think. No. The VR I did it on was a PC
it
one.
It still needs a PC access point.
Yeah,
and I don't.
You're right.
I run Macs primarily.
You're right. It's so good though.
It is so good. By the way, speaking of YouTube channels, if you've made it this far into the video, I run Quackalope, primarily board games, but also just like we're getting into like lifestyle and vlogs and just hanging out with people and figuring out how to collaborate. So
some personality stuff.
if you're watching, I'd love it if you subscribe. And then Devon over here just launched his YouTube channel.
Yeah, actively for about four months now.
Yeah. He has just crossed 1,000 subscribers, so your subscription would make a difference. And here's the thing. He's the proud father of 3 children. He has one incredible wife who's a medical professional and allows him
I love you, Amber.
to explore YouTube. And when he hits 10,000 YouTube subscribers, I'm going to buy him a hamster. I mean, literally, I got him this gift over here. So swing over there and help make that happen. All right.
My kids are going to love Uncle Jesse.
98.3.
I am just so far ahead of you in subscriber count.
98.3.
The Dr. John Delony. What? I've never heard of this. I am so happy we're doing this. I've never heard of this.
So, the Dr. John Delony show. This is actually a fairly newer show. And this is the medical, like, psychological doctor, psychologist, featured on the Dave Ramsay show. And he went off.
Dave Ramsay,
financial piece. Yeah.
Okay.
He went off. So I like listening to Dave Ramsay.
Conservative Christians out there, you should know what that is.
I like listening to Dave Ramsay because at one point, like through the pandemic, I got in an absorbing amount of debt. Still trying to run Quackalope, and the world falling apart didn't help.
Yeah.
And so I listen, when I want to do something, when I have a mission, when I'm purposeful about something, I go and absorb so much of that content.
Yeah.
So while I was road tripping, trying to get my headspace wrapped around the idea of just paying off debt and being aggressive at it, I started absorbing a lot of different diverse debt content and found Dave Ramsay.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily love everything that he does.
Mindfulness about finances is smart, though.
His mindfulness and the advice he gives people around when and where and how to spend money and just like stop getting into deeper debt.
Yeah.
That type of concept just clicked with me. And so I kept listening to it and kept listening to it. And I've bridged away from Dave Ramsay now to listen to the Dr. John Delony show. And what he is he's a radio show where he is talking to people who have...
Is this also available as a podcast?
It is.
Okay.
And he's talking to people who have extreme things happening in their house. Any question. He basically leaves his line open and he says, call me with anything, right? So like, lost two husbands, feeling helpless. We tried an open marriage.
I need work from home boundaries with my family.
Yeah. My wife is a 49-year-old virgin. I have a worthless husband. Girlfriend has gained weight. A sexless marriage. I think the stories are interesting, but I don't listen for the stories. What I listen and what I love and admire so much about him, and it's actually what psychiatrists are trained to do in certain professions, but the way he talks to people, I study. Because when someone gets on the phone and they share a problem, he'll start off by doing things like notable things, like acknowledging that the pain they suffered is valid and shouldn't have happened. Or pausing to say, hey, I just want to let you know that you, like, losing two husbands or losing a child, that is a grief that no one should go through.
Yeah.
And he mixes that style of conversation with good, sound, reliable advice, without judgment. Like, you can come to him with anything, and like you can come to him being like, hey, I cheated on my husband. And his response will be like, oh man, that's ridiculous. Tell me how it happened and where do we go from here? What do you want? What are you trying to get out of this? And I'm not the type of person that benefits from or goes to psychologists. Like, I've had a storied history of, like, they tried to send me to them when my mom passed away when I was younger.
Yeah.
And I found it to be a game. But what I do admire is someone demonstrating that type of direct communication, professional style communication, studied communication in varied applications.
Yeah, no, he sounds super fascinating.
I study him more than I study any of the callers that call in. So,
nice.
Dr. John Delony show.
All right.
That's my top.
My next one climbs a mere 35,000 subscribers.
Just a tiny jump.
To 748,000 subscribers.
Mine climbed 4,000 subscribers.
And it is under the category of content creation. And this is Colin and Samir. Colin with one L. Yep, you already got it. And Samir.
Colin and Samir. I know this channel because
me?
you introduced me to this channel.
I think that these are two of the absolute brightest minds when it comes to, so this is a video on MKBHD. These are people who their focus is the content creator economy. It is the world of content creation, whether it is YouTube, whether it is any other type of social media. Anybody who is doing something innovative or highly successful on any of the platforms that influence culture from a point of content creation. They study them, they interview them, they present their life, they present their steps to how they got to where they are, what they're currently doing. They're so good.
Yeah, so good.
Do you how frequently have you been watching them since you?
Their stuff is a big bite for me.
It's a big bite. Yeah.
I want to study their stuff when they put it out, and so honestly, I have watched a lot of their stuff, but I've actually avoided watching some of their newest videos because it feels like I need to expend energy I don't have to get benefit from it.
Yeah.
And so yes, I think they're amazing. They're not going to be on my list because they're kind of a lot of homework.
So they are a lot of homework, but I think that they're one of the few people who visibly and consistently validate content creation as a legitimate and difficult. Yeah, they have a second channel. Yeah.
Cool. Samir and Colin with 20,000 subscribers.
And that was drawn by one of their teammates.
I love it.
And so they focus on content creation and they recognize the validity of it in a way that most of culture or society currently doesn't. You know, if you talk to anybody right now, if you go around and you go, hey, I work on YouTube, I have a YouTube channel.
Oh, I love it.
What's the reaction?
No, I love it. When people, skepticism, but when people ask me, I go in with confidence though.
Yeah.
They go, oh, what do you do for a living? And they're like, oh, I play board games for a living. They're like, what? And I'm like, legitimately, they're like, how does that work? And they're like, oh, I run a YouTube channel. We've got about 40,000 subscribers. But I love it. But most people don't understand that it's a pathway.
Yeah.
For instance, talking about Dave Ramsay, he just had a person that called in being like, my son's lazy, wants to be a content creator. And his advice was, go get a real job. And I'm like,
it is a real job.
Or just direct the passion better.
That is a generational. so part of that is a generational misunderstanding of what it is.
Yeah.
And it's not the fact that they're partially right or we're partially right. It's the fact that we are right. Jesse is proof of that. All of these people that we are currently going to talk about are proof of that.
But it's insanely hard.
It is very hard.
Everyone wishes it would just happen.
But a lot of the things that are done, a lot of the most successful people across all of the different styles of content creation
follow a similar
have
formula.
Markers of success
And that's what
that they
guys
follow to. And these people analyze that, deconstruct it, and talk about it in a very approachable, very intelligent, studied, and nuanced way. And they're two very approachable, very accessible, knowledgeable people.
Yeah.
And I think that what they produce shows the power of content creation and can help kind of maybe give a guideline with which to view it from a different perspective other than just a casual consumer.
Yeah.
I think they're amazing.
Their stuff's so good. Okay, we're actually swinging on to a thing where I cheated a little bit.
Is this your music?
I did a group of 3.
That's totally fair.
Music.
So fair.
And
if you've seen any of my lists with Alex, I cheat all the time.
So, and Western AF is going to be the first. So 135 subscribers.
I love that.
And this is going to be people like Sierra Farrell, Coulter Wall. These are iconic folk and bluegrass and Western musicians.
Are they just a collaborative channel?
Yes. So this is a channel that produces music videos or produces music documentaries, right? Real world. They're not music videos in the sense that you think like Nicki Minaj, right?
Yeah.
They are, let's sit down on a broken patio porch and just record your music raw. And I love every second of it. And so like they produce insanely well-produced videos, combined with great musicians, combined with artists that I've never heard of before that I can fall in love with here. Mm-hmm. So they go to like the backwoods of Kentucky, or
so it's almost a little bit of exploration for you.
Yes.
You get to find artists you haven't listened to.
They go and find people who are famous in the pocket of Tennessee that they grew up in, right? And I might be being a bit insulting to the artists they have, because I don't know. But because I don't know how famous they are when they discover them.
Yeah.
This is like one of those stepping stones, I imagine, in some of these artists' life. Like some of these artists, like Nick Shoulders, I don't want to speak towards him specifically, but like a lot of these artists played on the street for years, traveled by rail car.
Buskers.
Like yes. And they're stepping up to another level. And some of them aren't. Some of them are just loved, but I absorb and adore this music.
That's awesome.
And so Western AF is going to be the first
is
of
one
the
of
music.
them. What's the other
next
two?
Is going to be Gems on VHS. Now, Gems on VHS is going to be 180,000 subscribers and directly adjacent to Western AF. A few different artists, like you can tell they each have their community in their pocket, but definitely some crossover with the more famous voices like Sierra Farrell again, or the guy that I just had playing, really bad at names. But this is another...
Have you been listening to this like when you lived in Kentucky? Like when did you discover them?
I discovered them I discovered Nick Farrell when the pandemic hit and I moved from Washington D.C. back to Kentucky. Because there's a song about going home. It's a yodeling song about going home. Well, it incorporates yodeling in it.
That's awesome.
And so I was driving back from DC, and I'm the type of person that will find a single song and that'll absorb me for a time period. And so like I was going back to DC. I just lost $30,000 plus in photography contracts and all future work I could see.
Yeah.
Quackalope, the channel we're on now, was at 9,000 subscribers at the time, and that was all I had. Like this was all I had to build. Yeah. And so I moved back into my dad's house, filming, sleeping, living out of a single bedroom.
Yeah.
And that was the music of that time period.
That's
right?
so cool.
And so
so cool.
This here is going to have people like the Lost Dog Street Band, who I know for a fact were like meth addicts and buskers for a time period. I don't know about the meth. They did drugs and they busked. I know they've talked about that. I don't want to insult anyone here. I'm trying to like...
No, but I mean, like...
I just...
It's access to musicians of a different level in the industry than what you typically get.
I don't like music that's just sound. I like music.
You don't like music at all.
I like music. I like music that is voices and stories and people.
Yeah.
Both of these channels feature voices and songwriters above any of, like, not everyone's voice is great. Not every strum is on key. Nothing's fucking auto-tuned.
Yeah.
And it's the best thing ever. I love this stuff, man.
So, Gems on VHS, and then the other
Western
one was Western AF.
Okay.
And then what's your third one?
My third call.
Is it in the same area,
It
or
is
is it
not.
completely opposite?
Nemo's Dreamscapes.
Is this EDM?
Sitting at 540,000 subscribers. This is not EDM.
Oh.
Nemo's Dreamscapes is the best ambient music I have ever found. I'm a Patreon member of them.
Wait.
You cannot change the iPad.
Fine. Go to one of your favorites, though. We don't have to talk for a second. I just want to listen to it.
Well, we can't because I don't know how quickly they monetize stuff. YouTube monetizes music, and so I don't want them to like flag or steal or take down a video. It's why I can't play any of the sounds here.
I really want to...
We'll show it to you later. Let me tell you about what it is, though. Nemo's Dreamscapes takes old classic music and plays it alongside things like, this is titled Mafia 2 Music, Oldies Playing in Another Room, and It's Raining with Thunder. So, he takes...
What?
He takes classic music or famous music, sets it as if it's distant, adds an echo, puts in atmospheric sounds like you're going to sleep with rain.
It's literally a scene.
Yeah.
It's a scene.
Yeah. So let me try.
No. I don't.
Just so you can hear.
I like that. That's cool.
And you know me. I cannot.
You're
listen.
such a narrative person.
I cannot listen.
Person.
So if I'm listening to music with lyrics at the forefront, I want to listen to the lyrics.
So
that doesn't work for my ambient music. This is my work music.
You get stuff done.
What this does is it sets I cannot listen to opera music or like orchestra music.
Yeah.
Or atmospheric music.
Yeah.
This gives me a little voice, a little song in the background that is the narrative.
Yeah.
Lets me feel like I'm seeing a picture. I see the 1920s room. I hear the thunder outside. I hear the cars driving by or the railroad tracks moving. And it sets me in that scene, and it is the best atmospheric music I've ever found. I cannot. I want to cry at this point. I love these people. They make my life so much better.
That's awesome.
Oh my gosh.
I love that.
Nemo's Dreamscape. So that's my three. That's my music section. Western AF, Gems on VHS, and Nemo's Dreamscapes. And Nemo's was at 539,000. I'll actually be jumping back for my next one, so I did skip a little bit there.
No worries. I'm going to pick my last video game one of the group.
Your last one?
Yeah, I only had two.
We haven't even gotten to mine.
Do you have a video game one?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm so wait. Are you like a Let's Play?
We'll see.
We'll see. I wonder if it's a Let's Play. Mine is at 777,000 subscribers, and it is ACG.
Okay.
Do you know him at all?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
So ACG, he has a podcast.
Yeah,
but
I know this.
He has some of the
wait for sale. I've wanted to copy his formats.
Yes,
that's what I know.
Yeah. So he has a format. His most traditional format is his review of games, which he does not allow to be given a game for free if he's reviewing it. So if a publisher sends him, or a developer sends him a key to a game or a free copy, he gives that away to his fans, and then he still purchases his own copy of it, because he always wants his review to be unfiltered in any in any form of bias. I could not figure out that word.
Form or fashion.
There you go.
In any sense of the word.
So his classic style, though, is buy, wait for sale, rent, or never touch.
I've literally wanted to copy his format for board games.
Those are his 4 sections.
Such a good format.
He likes it enough that you should buy it.
Buy it immediately.
He likes it, but thinks that it's not worth it until it's at a discount.
Yep.
He thinks that it's worth the spend, but you shouldn't own it.
Yep.
Or he thinks it's so bad, you should never worry about it. Mm-hmm. So buy, wait for sale, rent, never touch. And his exegesis, his analysis, what he dives into on a game is so informed. It is so well done. He focuses on sound in terms of the way that environmental sounds, in terms of dialogue. He focuses on the narrative arc. He focuses on the smoothness of the mechanics. He focuses on the immersiveness of the gameplay experience. Every aspect that... What?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. Go for it. I'm excited when you know someone on my list.
He broke my heart on this one.
On ukulele?
Yeah, because it was the Banjo-Kazooie reiteration, which is a tattoo I still need to add to my arm. Grew up playing the heck out of Banjo-Kazooie. This was the publisher's next thing. And...
did he tear it a new one?
I don't remember the verdict. I think the verdict was
rent.
I think the verdict was like rent.
Yeah, and you were hoping for a buy.
I was hoping for a buy. Yeah, let's see if he actually flashes.
It doesn't ever flash. That's another thing that I like about his is he doesn't ever. I'm typically somebody who wants timestamps, but he doesn't give them to you, and he doesn't ever do a visual graphic. So if you want to know what he thinks, you have to listen to him, which I think is valuable. But also, his content is never obsessively long to where it's not like you're going to have to sit through 30 to 45 minutes of him tearing apart and analyzing the game. I mean, what's that one? What's the size of it? 12 minutes. It's approachable content from a length perspective. And then also, his analysis is just... It's really, really good. Now, obviously, like any type of reviewer, you have to figure out if this is the kind of person that you align with their feelings on a product. And I mean, in the board game space, it's the same thing. If you listen to Jesse or me and you're like, you know what, I agree with them on pretty much everything, so if they like something, I like it. Or the opposite of that, I'm going to listen to them because if they don't like something, I know I will like it. Whichever way, it's the same for ACG. Don't worry about whether you align with him or not. Worry about the fact that he is taking the time to really go deep on a game. And so if you think you are oppositely aligned with him or closely in line with him, either way, you're going to have a very good understanding of what this game is.
It's funny that I knew this video was here 5 years ago. And I remember watching this video because I was so excited.
2017.
I was so excited for ukulele. And this comment sums up what my journey was after this video. Good, fair review as always. I suspect my experience with the game may be different, if only because I absolutely adore Banjo-Kazooie and will probably take things differently, like the voices. That said, the technical issues are good to know about, and hopefully they try to address some of those stuff in the patches. I may wait for this one a little bit. Thanks for the good review.
Yeah.
I was a die-hard buy, and I did actually buy the game.
You did.
But
have you played it?
I did play it a little bit.
Where did you land?
Well, here's the thing. This took the wind out of my sails.
You lost your enthusiasm?
I lost my desire to want to love the game. And as I was playing
That's fair.
As I was playing it, I was going, oh yeah, that camera angle was really bad. Oh yeah, the voices are kind of annoying. Oh yeah, this is kind of just a run around and grab stuff mission. And
but I have a question.
It was right, but it was so crushing.
But
it was right. It was good content.
Compared to most video game reviewers, would they ever even think of the minutia that he realizes?
No.
I don't think they would.
No. The reason I remember that review.
Yeah.
That's 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I remember that review. It meant something to me. It hurt me. It hurt me in a real way.
What you got?
All right.
What you got?
All right.
Oh, real quick, because it's not on my list. Okay. I'm just going to give a shout out to one, because I'm done, one last video game shout out. It's not on my list. Game Maker's Toolkit.
Oh, it's a good one.
You know that one?
It's a good one.
They go into a deep dive on styles of games, mechanics, all of the different things that make a game function. What are they at?
1.26
million. Yeah. So I didn't put them on my list, but this guy I love. My favorite thing on his is his series where he goes in on very specific types of games, like Invisible Choices, so good. And then also, there's another one on his channel where he goes into Prey, which is from one of my favorite developers, which is Arcane, and they do Prey, they do the Dishonored series. I think his are exceptional. It's not on my list, but
cool.
Honorable mention.
All right, let me pull up my next one. My next one's standing tall at a 373,000
That's a big jump.
subscribers.
That's a big jump. That's like 150.
Yeah. This is a person that I discovered 2 months ago.
Wow.
And
2 months ago? They're already on your list?
Oh, I've probably watched 100 hours of content.
I know exactly what this is. Oh, wait. Before you even type it in, is this Brandon Sanderson?
It is.
It so is.
Yeah, it is. So,
2 months ago.
Brandon Sanderson is an author. He writes the Stormlight Archives. He writes
how far are
versus
you?
the Librarians.
The last time I was here,
200 pages in.
Wow. The last time I was here, you only like 20 30 pages
30.
in. How are you liking it?
I love it.
It's good, right?
I love it. I miss the fact that I have not been able to read it while you've been here because we've been really busy doing content.
Yeah. It's good. When you hit like 500, text me.
Here's the thing.
I'm excited.
Brandon Sanderson. I discovered Brandon Sanderson because he launched a Kickstarter project. And if you don't know anything about the board game space, a lot of what we do is on Kickstarter. Board games are the single largest funding bracket of the entire Kickstarter platform. That's a bigger conversation we can have later. Brandon launched...
So much so that GameFound now also exists.
Yeah. Brandon launched a book. 3 books, in fact. 3 surprise books. So he's pointing at the book. 3 surprise books that he had written through the pandemic, because Brandon writes as a hobby and as a career. He just, if he gets left alone for a weekend, like his girlfriend leaves town,
he writes.
That's how Alcatraz versus the Librarian showed up. His family left for a weekend and a book popped out. It's just offensive, honestly, how prolific he is.
He is one. So I have a massive problem with most fantasy authors.
Okay.
Robert R. Jordan died before he could finish the Wheel of Time series.
Sure.
Patrick Rothfuss has done The Name of the Wind and the second one, Wise Man's Fear and Name of the Wind. I can't remember the names. But it's been like 12 years since, or no, 10, because it was 2012 when we went to Greece. So 10 years since he had the second book in his series. George R.R. Martin has still not finished the sixth book in the series. All of these years later, high fantasy authors are notorious for not being able to finish their stuff. And while all of that's I mean, Brandon Sanderson finished the Wheel of Time series.
He's writing faster than I can read.
He finished the Wheel of Time series, and then I don't think Jesse gave you the context of it. He has had all of these series he has been writing, and the Kickstarter, which was the most funded Kickstarter of all time, was not books he was currently writing. They were extra books. He wrote extra books. While he was writing books, he wrote extra books.
So I discovered him through the Kickstarter.
Absurd.
I, of course, backed the Kickstarter because I want to be involved. I want to be part of this highest Kickstarter ever funded. And
FOMO train.
Because I backed the Kickstarter, I had to start reading his books. So I have Alcatraz vs. Librarians. I absolutely love it. Accessible teen novel.
Are you reading multiple books?
Yes. And then I have the Stormlight Archives, and I'm like 200 pages into that. I'll probably finish it in the next month or so, and I cannot wait to go on to the next ones.
You have 2 copies of The Way of Kings over there.
No. Copy and cover.
Do you take it off when you read it?
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
I do.
Amber does the same thing.
I hate carrying it around. So what he has on his YouTube channel, though, I discovered his YouTube channel for the Kickstarter updates because he did a thing where he backed every other publisher on Kickstarter because of the success that his channel was having. It was awesome, right?
That's cool.
I just discovered something that is horrifying. Do I fix it now?
What?
We're using camera audio.
Oh.
Do I fix it, or do I just like...
Is that audio?
That audio's going!
Is that one?
That mic is going!
Are we safe?
That is a saving grace. As a videographer...
Oh, because you had it for the shorts.
I used it for a short video.
Oh.
I'm going to order another one of those mics immediately. As a videographer...
So you don't ever have to switch them.
That's the most crushing moment of my life. Not really.
But that's going.
That is going. Yeah, that's...
Okay, does that save us?
Oh, yeah, it saves us.
Okay.
I forgot the top shot was going.
Thank God.
Woo!
Okay. All right, keep going.
He did a thing where he backed every other publisher, like with caveats, like he didn't back porn, but like every other publisher.
Or he didn't, he just didn't video it.
He didn't video it. Every other publisher on Kickstarter as a way to support like other publishers in the platform, as a way to shout them out. And the funny thing is, he started backing with his own personal account, but because he had like 10,000 followers, Kickstarter does this thing where they do an email push notification. Actually, he had probably 100,000 followers. And so for
everybody was getting all of the, they've backed this. I hate those emails.
For the first 20 or so he backed, like 100,000 people were getting pushed notifications.
That's amazing.
Brandon Sanderson backed this, Brandon Sanderson backed that, Brandon Sanderson backed that.
That's
so
amazing.
He actually had to apologize to his audience and be like, hey, we were doing a really cool thing, and also we kind of screwed up along the way. I love his podcast, Intentionally Blank. I love that they never were able to come up with a name with it. I love the food heists they feature in the front of it every episode. I'm super glad that I found the Pappy episode. I've been not happy or satisfied enough with the ones that come out once a week. By the way, there's a brand new one that came out today.
And you're like, I haven't watched it yet.
I'm desperate to watch. I have been listening to the new one and cleaning through the backlog.
Yeah.
I
did that with Not Another D&D podcast.
Yeah. I've become a diehard fanboy of Brandon Sanderson. I'm getting The Reckoners, which is a board game from one of his books.
Alex has it.
Yeah.
Have you played it?
No, we're supposed to email them about it and like ask for a copy of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you just said we're getting it.
Well, I thought you'd emailed them already. I pinged you.
No, you didn't.
Well, I never pinged you.
No, you didn't. I know what you pinged me on. That's not what you pinged me on.
I desperately want The Reckoners. Either way.
Why don't you ask to play with Alex?
Well, because I want my own copy. It's Brandon Sanderson stuff.
So you don't even, because it's Brandon Sanderson, you don't even care if it's a terrible game.
I'm in. Well, Alex loved it, and his wife loved it.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
So I know it's a good game.
Okay, all right.
This is so fun.
So I told you.
I love this.
I love this. No one has ever asked me about this.
It's like a private part of my life.
It's my secret sauce.
Yeah.
You know, and no one talks about it.
Oh.
So
we're bonding, Devon.
I've finished video games and I've finished content creation.
Would you like more bourbon?
I'm desperately going to want.
Let's get into
video.
this.
I think you and I thought this video was going to be as long as our other top 10 videos. It's not going to be.
I mean, I'm in for it.
I'm in for as long as it goes.
We're going to timestamp it all.
No, we're going to timestamp it all. It's not going to be as bad as the Kickstarter one.
You think people are going to watch this?
I hope so.
I don't care.
I don't care.
Talking about this is
really
worth it.
don't care that's
Honestly,
on. I'm just happy to talk about it.
Talking about this is worth it. This is like cathartic.
It is, because no one's asked me about this, and I've done this for years. And no one's talked about it.
Let's get into your next one, and then without them knowing, I'll run down to grab more bourbon and then get back up here.
You don't think they'll know?
They're not gonna know.
Okay,
I'm gonna run so fast.
All right, my next one is in the food category, and it is at 943,000. I've only got 2 more before all the rest of mine are millions.
Oh my gosh.
And this is About to Eat.
About to Eat.
Which most people might not be familiar with, but you might be familiar with some of the stuff that it has. So, About to Eat.
Oh, I know that guy.
About to Eat is a channel that exists
Why do I know
now
that
BuzzFeed is no longer around.
I know
and
that guy
this
from
is
BuzzFeed.
from Worth It.
What happened to BuzzFeed?
They changed their stuff. I think people thought it was too dumb. So I'm actually going to back out of this because I think the thing that's most important...
I'll be right back.
Okay, no one's going to know.
About to drink.
Ooh. I'm excited about that. No one's going to know.
I'm running.
Where is it? So I like About to Eat for 2 different reasons. Number 1, they have a series called Day in the Life. And I had 2 things for video games, which I play a lot of video games. I have 3 different sections for food because I like food and I like watching food. If this was about documentaries and other stuff on Netflix that had to do with food, I would have even more. But this is just YouTube. So right now I'm focusing on 3. This one is About to Eat. They have Day in the Life, where they go day in the life of a Michelin star chef, day in the life of an Indian master chef. But honestly, the Day in the Life series is one that I came across after following About to Eat. Are you going to make it on here? I'm 100% down for that.
Do they know?
They don't know.
What's happened?
You didn't even leave, and we haven't even started talking.
Oh,
I'm
man,
a
Day in the Life? Man, what happened to BuzzFeed?
Yes. So the other thing, the reason why I found out about Day in the Life is because I went searching for one of my favorite food series on YouTube, which had seemingly disappeared, and that was Worth It from BuzzFeed.
I do know Worth It.
Worth It is a series with Andrew and Steven with their cameraman Adam, or he's camera and sound. He does audio and sound.
Very
audio and
entertaining.
visual. It's the 3 of them, and at first it was just the 2 of them, and Adam was kind of a silent partner in the background. But he gradually became in, and there's enough fans to where it's a tripod. It's a tripod, okay? They all need each other. And
is that a call out to them? Like
no, a tripod is from a particular movie where like we're a fucking tripod.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's from The Girl Next Door, where is the juice worth the squeeze? What a movie. So Worth It is a concept where these individuals, they go, I'm gonna just kind of switch. They worked with Rie there, who's also originally from BuzzFeed.
Shot.
The concept of Worth It. Can I go to just a regular episode of Worth It?
One single
there we
shot.
go. That's fine.
You know me, I always just do one shot.
Just one shot.
Just one
the
shot.
concept of Worth It is that they go and have a particular food, a particular type of food. In this one, it was sushi. In other ones, it might be fried chicken or tacos. And they go to 3 different locations. They go to a cheap, a medium, and a very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And they eat all of them, which is, to me, I would love to be them. My job is to go eat amazing food at different prices and then to evaluate them. Like, please and thank you. I want their jobs. It's so good. And so then they go to all of them, they test all of them, and then, I mean, you can see from the visual there, cheap, medium, expensive. And then what they do is at the very end of the episode, they give their opinions. But the point is not really their opinions. The point is experiencing and seeing all of those different food selections at all of those different prices, the innovation, the ingenuity, the way that they craft it, why it's cheap, why it's expensive, all of the different variations of the culinary process. I love food, and I love food so fucking much.
You love to cook for us.
I love...
And you love, like, making drinks.
If you guys were not Jewish, and I could just go and turn on the oven by myself, I would cook for you guys every time I come up here.
We keep a kosher household, so...
Like, I would cook for you guys all the time. I would cook for you even if you didn't know I was cooking, because I wouldn't have to worry about following kosher. But I love them so much. About to Eat is fantastic. Worth It is one of my favorite series on food on YouTube and just in general. And then also The Day in the Life is a very satisfying way of exploring the process of people who are masters at what they do.
I love it. That's so cool. I don't think I've watched this series though. I know
which one?
I know them from BuzzFeed. I don't think I've watched.
You should watch Worth It.
I know I've watched Worth It. I know that series. I don't think I've watched About to Eat.
Well, Worth It is on About to Eat. About to Eat is kind of like the host channel. And they have subcategories.
But it was on BuzzFeed originally.
It was,
but
BuzzFeed is like gone now in terms of.
Gone?
It's probably still on YouTube, but it's
just dead.
Is this the pig farming?
No.
I just saw farm and I was curious.
Gold Shaw Farm, standing at 571,000 subscribers, which, by the way, I was a fan when they were at like 60.
Is this one of the ones you were talking about when you said you started off on YouTube and you watched someone that was also...
Well, yes, I was a fan of this guy when they were at like 60,000 subscribers. And I thought, Quackalope's going to be able to collaborate with us. Like, we have a duck theme. Like, he runs a duck farm, a duck and goose farm. Now he has cows and 2 dogs. It's been a whole journey. Like, but he started primarily as a duck farmer. And through my love of Quackalope, I found the duck farmer. And he was at like a close enough thing where I was like, I can drive to Vermont and collaborate with this guy. I backed him on Patreon, sent him a message, never got a response. And now he's way bigger than me, so it's never happening. But he is...
It could happen. We'll reach out.
He's so down to earth. He's so good at vlogging. He's so good at being honest about the challenges of farming. Like, he just posted a video where he killed like 100,000 bees. But it's because like he gave them food and wrapped them up over winter to keep them safe and protected. And part of the consequences of farming is like, if something goes wrong in your beehive over winter,
they all die.
They all die.
Yeah.
Right? And so like, it's a lesson learned, but he's not scared to share that journey. And it's this combination of farming and homesteading and the earthy side of stuff, which I love. And I found him through Justin Rhodes. Like, that was like the homesteading vibe that I was going
Justin
through.
Rhodes?
Another homesteading YouTuber. And I've hooked onto him because
I know someone called Justin Rhodes from my high school.
He is personable. He has ducks. He has Toby dog, which is an amazing farm protective dog.
Is that dog?
And he like, for instance, he just got his brand new dog, Abby, and she killed one of the chickens. And like, he was having a conversation about that. He was like, it's my responsibility as a trainer to train this puppy and not leave her alone with the birds until she can take responsibility for them.
I think it's the hallmark of a good YouTube channel that you're talking and I'm just watching.
Dude, he really, like, every time he opens his door, he screams out, "Release the Quacken!" It's amazing. And so I feel like he's kind of dorky and nerdy. Yeah. I relate to what he's doing. I would, like, in an alternative world or life, like, I would love...
he's got drones.
Yeah, he's got this Vermont farm with this giant Vermont, like, old school 1800s farm building that is actually under, like, the historic building preservation.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like, he has to build very specifically. He's a remarkable and very human individual, and I love tuning into his stuff because he is just so human. And I would be wearing his t-shirts if they weren't so ugly. They're so ugly. At 500,000 subscribers, he could hire an artist to do just better quality t-shirts. Because
is he building a trailer?
Yeah, he's building a movable hen house right now.
That's so cool. I don't even want to do this. I just want to watch this.
Yeah, he's building a movable hen house. And so he just does a fantastic job.
Weird mobile chicken coop.
So like weird mobile chicken coop, our farm dog shed so much, DNA testing my barn cats, babies on the farm, 13 questions to ask yourself before starting. We destroyed a 103-year-old barn. Like, it's just really, really good stuff.
Man, now I want to watch stuff that I have previously had no vested interest in, like the Dr.
John Delony,
and then now this.
Goldshaw Farms. If you're watching this, buddy, respond to that Patreon message. I'd love to go to Vermont.
All right. Oh wait.
The only thing I'm concerned about, what if this guy's gonna watch and he's gonna be like, never talking to that guy. He's clearly too big of a fan. Like,
he's the weird
type.
Am
I coming off as a fangirl?
That's millions. So I'm actually out of the thousands and I'm into the millions now. And so
that's so early.
I know.
I'm actually going to the millions after my next one.
Okay.
Oh, I skipped someone.
Do him next.
I'll do him next. I've got 2 more.
All right. My next one, actually, if for the eagle-eyed viewers out there, it was on Colin and Samir a moment ago.
Ooh.
My next one is under the category of culture and sports at 1.72 million. And this is Channel 5 with Andrew Callaghan.
Channel 5 with Andrew Callaghan. What?
You're going to watch this shit.
What?
I know you are. This is going to be a thing for you.
I mean, I
swear it.
He's pulling millions on every episode.
And guess what?
Consistently.
Guess what? He is just like in the last 6 months, he's done this channel.
Cool.
In the last 6 months to a year. So Andrew Callaghan, for those of you who are savvy on YouTube,
intrigued.
He is somebody who originally was a journalism student.
Okay.
Who started a channel under the sponsorship of a media or investment like partner, and it was called All Gas No Brakes. And what he did is he goes to the zaniest, crazy fucking events in the country. He goes to Talladega where everybody's drunk. He goes to I mean, that's Talladega right there, I think. Mm-hmm. This is the People's Convoy. Mm. He goes to the People's Convoy, which was the trucking movement that went to mirror what happened in Canada. He went to Ukraine while Ukraine was under attack. And Colin and Samir, what they talked about him, and I agree with their assessment of him, they said Andrew Callaghan is like redesign or like reinventing what news is. So typically when you watch news, what it is you have news anchors who are opinionated and have a script and they talk about something and they give their opinions. And then that's the news. That's kind of like what traditional news on, TV has shifted towards. What Andrew does is he goes to the weirdest fucking places or the craziest places. And all he does is he asks simple one-line questions, and then he hands over the mic, and he just lets people talk. And you will not believe what people say in these videos. Sure. It is insane. He goes to flat earth conferences. He goes to Satanist conventions. He goes to Talladega. He goes to the People's Convoy. He goes to Ukraine. When he shifted from being just going to comedic stuff to actually also doing new stuff is whenever George Floyd died, he went to the Ferguson riots.
I wonder if I've seen some of his stuff then.
And all he does is he just talks to people and he lets them speak. And so instead of a news anchor telling you their opinion,
people that are there,
he lets the people talk.
Sure.
And then he lets the viewer form their own opinion. And I have never seen such an eclectic, bonkers amalgamation of all of the people that exist in the world and what they say than his videos. Andrew Callaghan is one of the most fascinating, and so when he's wearing casual wear like this, it's when he's trying to be in a serious position and just let journalism speak for itself. If he's ever in an ill-fitting Anchorman size 3 large suit,
he's joking.
He's kind of like leaning into the comedic element of whatever the event is. Like he went to Florida spring break in the middle of the pandemic when everybody was there not following the pandemic.
Sure.
And so he is a fascinating individual that has no qualms about going where anybody else won't go. Like when he goes and covers events that other news people are covering, like if you go to the People's Convoy, so right here, and then let me find it real quick. It's almost there. It's genuinely.
I mean, people at this point are committed.
For example, he is on the bridge looking at these people and interviewing them. And then at a certain point, he goes and finds... I don't know if I can find it. But he finds... I can't find it. He will go and interview people, and then he'll find where the other news organizations are 300 feet away. And he'll be like, hey, what are you doing? And they're like, we're covering the news. And he's like, oh, are you allowed to like go interview whoever you want? And they're like, yeah. And he's like, oh, so like, what are you doing here? And they're like, we're doing the news. And he'll be like, oh, okay. And then he'll go to the people that they're covering from a distance and be like, hey, let me actually talk to you. He is fascinating. You would eat this up. I think you would love to watch this.
Cool.
So that's Andrew Callaghan, Channel 5 News.
Oh man, I'm so excited we're discovering stuff that I need to go back and watch. Going backwards just a second for me, are you familiar with a YouTube content creator called Casey Neistat?
I very much am. I actually, in the vlog for this week while I've been here, I jokingly did a Casey Neistat, like, swivel.
Neistat, one of the most famous YouTubers of all time.
One of the original... Like one of the pioneers of vlogging.
And when he started his YouTube channel, I remember as he redefined YouTube. Like I remember discovering him under 1 million subscribers and watching the explosion. And it was so cool to daily tune in to his adventure.
Casey's recently had a couple videos where he's like coming back to YouTube vlogging.
I got tired of him.
I think there is a certain level of fatigue.
He burnt out and I burnt out with him.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
I haven't actually watched, I saw his YouTube thumbnail. I miss vlogging.
But who are you watching now?
I didn't click on his YouTube subscribe.
Not Casey Neistat, but...
This is Van Neistat, or The Spirited Man. 431,000 subscribers, not as famous as his brother. Did get a big push originally from his brother. I discovered him through Casey Neistat.
And also recently featured on...
Colin and Samir. Here's the thing about Van Neistat. Van Neistat takes what Casey does. He was his original partner when it came to video creation and vlogging. He is more weird and persnickety and analytical and just off the wall than Casey is.
And that's saying something.
And I love every second of it. Every video that he puts out is like a masterclass in storytelling, in humanity, and in videography and film design. Every shot is purposeful. Every weird contraption in his house, every transition and cut and way that he tells his story is so immaculate. This is the type of guy that wrote out an entire novel on a giant, like 7x7 scrolling piece of paper because he loved the book so much. Let me see if I can find that video.
What is happening in that video right now?
That's the type of guy that this is. Where is it right here? I spent 1,600 hours typing other writers' books. That's the type of guy this is. The Spirited Man. I own one of his hoodies. It's one of the best quality hoodies I've ever had. But he takes Casey Neistat and steps him up to another level.
I really want to watch this
in purposefulness, in absorption, and here's the weird thing about Van Neistat. I watched all of his content, and then got to the point where he was putting out content too slow for me because I wanted all of it, and he was only doing a video a week. So I actually have not watched the last 14 videos.
Because you want to watch a bunch in a row?
Because I'm going to go back in and I'm just going to spend a day with him.
That's cool.
I just cannot explain without
What is that
watching.
background?
Look at it. This is him typing books. That background is him typing every letter and every word in his favorite books on a giant billboard. Look at that. That is books. That is an entire book. That is multiple novels typed out on a typewriter, pasted up on the wall behind him. That's this guy.
I'll go back to that.
The type of man who does that is the type of spirited man you should watch.
I wanted to see it real quick. It was about to do it. No, it was about to go there. It was about to go there.
Yeah, you missed it.
I missed it. Oh, is he following what somebody else did?
he's following in other people's footsteps, I think. But he's amazing.
That's so cool.
He's amazing. He's amazing in every regard.
That's one of the few videos on Colin and Samir I haven't watched yet.
This is the video that made me stop watching Colin and Samir.
Why?
Like I said, Colin and Samir is work. And they interviewed one of my favorite content creators.
Yeah.
Which means, and it's an hour-long doco-series, right? And so I now need to sit down for an hour and focus.
Yeah.
So I stopped. So I backed off. I backed off their content.
I bet.
Because this is what deserves my attention, and I have not had the time to give it the attention yet.
I think that's fair. I
love him. Oh my gosh. Better than Casey every day of the week. Not really true, but I'll say it. Well, no, I in my personal opinion, it's true. 3, 4. But I don't mean to demean like Casey a lot.
Yeah,
Casey's remarkable.
They're all great.
Van's insane.
That's crazy. I want to watch this now. All right. My next one.
Fun.
It is a lot of fun.
This feels good.
It feels really good, doesn't it? It feels cathartic. You defining it as cathartic.
I hope some people watch this.
I think somebody will. I think that the Kickstarter one has set a trend for maybe this being valuable. All right. My next one is going to close off my section of culture and sports.
Done. Closed. Dude Perfect.
Nope, not even close.
I do like them
NBC
a lot.
Sports.
They're not on my list, but I do like them a lot.
NBC Sports.
NBC?
Yeah. And I'll explain why.
This is a news channel, right?
Yes, and the only reason the only reason I care about it is for that right there.
What's going on
NBC currently owns the US rights for the Premier League in England. So if I want to watch Premier League soccer,
I love it.
Which I do not have.
I love it.
They're currently NBC Sports is at 2.31 million. I need to watch this and like 4 other videos. No, I don't want to ruin it for myself. I know that Kevin De Bruyne has an amazing game.
Let me go somewhere else then.
Kevin De Bruyne has an amazing game.
Don't click on the one you don't want to ruin.
Like the 3 or 4 videos from today, I haven't been able to watch any of those Premier League games.
This is
I haven't. Oh no, I've watched that one. That's fine. You let that one play. I've watched that one. That's Aston Villa.
I love that you're like, I cannot ruin this game. I don't.
Yeah, no.
You sit down and just watch the whole thing.
I watch all of the Premier League. Every game via NBC Sports. And so what they do is...
Why do they post it all publicly? Most people put this behind paywall.
They have it behind paywall, but this is incredibly highly watched. I think the amount of views that they get from the Premier League might...
No, it was the only thing that showed up when I searched NBC Sports.
Well, that's... Part of that is because today was a day in which the Premier League was having games.
I don't care what your excuse is.
No, it's fair. It's fair. So, Premier League soccer is there's 2 leagues in England. There's There's Championship, which is actually below. That was Douglas Luiz. That was a really good.
You know their names?
I know almost all of the major players' names from each team.
Wow.
So, and this is where you're like, we don't know what each other does. I spend a lot of time watching the Premier League. So I grew up playing soccer, and in England, where I lived for 3.5 years, they call it football.
You lived in England?
You fucking knew that.
I had no idea about that.
You didn't know that? I lived in England between the ages of 6 and 10. I lived in Harrogate, which is a town 3.5 hours north of London. I lived there because my dad, who we moved all the time, and everybody thinks we're military, he was actually he worked in pharmaceuticals because he has a PhD in pharmacology and toxicology. So he worked as a person in pharmaceutical labs testing drugs before they got confirmed by the FDA or national organizations on the market. So we lived there for 3.5 years. I developed a British accent when I was young.
Did you?
Yeah,
That's cool.
I lost it very quickly when I came back.
Well, you moved to Arkansas.
No, I moved first back to Illinois, and I was an hour south of Chicago.
People pick on you?
And people picked on me on the bus.
I was highly self-conscious.
So I lost it very quickly.
So when I was similar story here. I grew up in Kentucky, slightly on the foothills of Appalachia, and so I was very, very conscious of not developing a country accent in Kentucky. And now I can look back and appreciate...
I'm fucked in Arkansas.
I can appreciate a country accent. But a lot of people are always inquisitive, like, oh, you're from Kentucky. Why don't you sound Kentuckian?
Because people make fun of it.
Because I didn't want that stereotype.
Yep.
As a 8-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
So I lived in England. I've always loved soccer. I played it growing up. I played it varsity in high school. I thought about going collegiate with it and possibly trying to go into at least maybe minor leagues. I ultimately decided not to do it collegiate, and I was a goalkeeper. And so my son's playing soccer right now, which is pretty cool. And he likes both goalkeeping and defending, which is what his natural mother also did. So it's pretty awesome. We got to coach. Me and Amber got to coach him this year.
Cool.
So that was pretty cool. But I watch the Premier League because I don't have Peacock Plus or Peacock Premium or whatever the NBC thing is that has access to it. I don't have that. And so this is how I keep up on all of the games. All of these are about 12 to 15 minutes, and they give you all of the major plays, all of the major misses, all of the major goals.
Is that all they are?
And so
you don't watch the whole game. You just watch the highlights.
I wouldn't have time for anything else.
Okay.
But I watch, so there are 20 teams in the Premier League every year. So I watch
every
10 games a week at 13 minutes.
Gotcha.
So I watch a sizable amount of Premier League to catch up on it. And I make sure I'm watching the table and do a lot of other stuff. Pretty much anything else. So, I mean, on mine, it's NBC Sports, specifically the Premier League highlights. So you're talking about the horse that was like a completely like unranked
should not have won
that won
and just destroyed at the Kentucky. Spoiler alert.
But it was like the last stretch.
Yeah,
it was the horse just went from like 7th all the way up and won.
If you keep talking, we've got 2 minutes to see how this finishes.
Yeah, so I just absolutely love soccer and football, whatever you want to call it. I really enjoy it. I really want to watch the Manchester City game against Wolverhampton Wolves today, or it's really Wolverhampton Wanderers, but the short name for them is the Wolves.
This was a 16
It was a
to 1
absolute like tour de force by Kevin De Bruyne, who is a Belgian midfielder. I think he's one of the best players in the world right now, and he had a fantastic game. I cannot wait to watch it, and it's really good because Manchester City and Liverpool are currently vying for the title right now, and Manchester City has won like 4 of the last 5 years or 3 of the last 5 years. Liverpool has recently, they've won at least one time. I think they've only won once. Maybe they won twice. But Liverpool and Manchester City have, for the last 5 years, been the 2 most competitive teams, the 2 best teams, and the ones that, out of even all of Europe, they have extended into the Champions League and been the main competitors. And so they're currently have a very tight title race going on, and so I really want to see the Manchester City game where they absolutely destroy the Wolves.
So this is like a
How far have we gotten?
No, we're going to finish this. This was like a 16 to 1 odds.
Can you imagine betting on that? Can you imagine?
No, my brother and my stepbrother
bet on
won
that horse?
$600
on that horse.
Yeah.
What'd they do? Bet $1?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, I was about to say.
He put like 5 in or something, like just no money, right? And it was a 16 to 1 odds. So like you just crush.
Where's the horse that does it? Is it that one?
I don't know. I don't know
that one right there?
I don't know which one it is.
I think it's the one on the inside.
You think it's the inside one right here?
I think it's the red-hatted one.
I mean, I'm excited. Whatever.
I think it is. I think it is that one because I remember that photo.
The horse is just coming off.
Like that is an insane kick at the end there.
What a push was that?
That was huge. Can you? I mean, so. Oh, wait. What are they called?
The jockeys.
Jockeys.
These guys have to be like 5 foot tall.
They have to be small.
And they starve themselves.
Yeah.
No, literally, like so for a jockey. So
I can't do that based off the food ones I have.
A horse can't sustain a 180-pound person riding them. Like you have to be.
You have to be like a gymnast.
90 to like thin. 90 to like 100 pounds is like or lower. So these people are tiny.
Yeah.
And they starve themselves to become jockeys.
That's crazy.
It's pretty incredible, and those horses are worth. That horse now, its semen is worth millions. Do you not know that's how that works?
I don't doubt it.
So if a horse goes on to win the
Preakness, all about breeding, man.
You know, if it wins the Preakness, if it wins the Kentucky Derby, if it wins, like, especially the trifecta,
Can you imagine
the horse
being
will
like,
become breeding stock.
Do you remember?
And they will sell its juice at like...
It's juice.
I'm telling... What's a better word?
You already said semen. Why can't we just stick with semen?
Because you got offended on semen.
I didn't get offended. I laughed. It's different. Then you switched to juice.
Guess what you did when I said juice?
What?
You laughed more. It worked. See?
Juice.
Yeah.
It's so gross.
No, it's like they become breeding stock. They're super prized.
Can you imagine though?
Being
the owner of that horse, going like, we're gonna put in an okay year at the Kentucky Derby, and then winning and being like, oh, my stock just went through the roof.
I mean, you just became
a millionaire.
Well, no, they already were millionaires. To even have
horses like that. Yeah.
That horse is $1 million.
Okay.
But
But to increase your wealth fivefold.
Well, I mean, you just became the most famous person, and you were betting on your own horse. And
do
all
you
your
think
friends
they do?
Of course, your friends and family are betting on your own horse. Someone around you is betting.
No, there is 2 or 3 aunts and uncles that knew you were going to lose, and they're like, no, we're not betting on you.
But someone around you bet $100 or $100,000 on your horse. You know they did.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like,
all right,
just saying.
I've got
All right,
4 more, so you should have 5 more.
1, 2, 3, 4. I've got.
You should only have 5 more.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that not right? Did you miscount again? How many did you do?
I did my YouTubes.
If I could have had more and I didn't get to, I'm gonna be pissed.
We'll have a conversation about it.
How many did you do? You did 3 for music.
3, 4, 5. I have 6 more.
6?
6 more.
You should only have 5. Okay, that's only 1 more. Whatever. I'm gonna pick another one at some point. I'll pick another one. And I've got one in mind that's the highest. So I'll pick them at the end.
So this content creator is hyper ambitious, incredibly creative. It's already there. He's already there. I wear 1000. I wear your shirts in every video. And
you really do. So much so that I didn't even know what it was for a while, but I just knew that you wore graphic tees all the time.
So I wear 1000 shirts in nearly every video I do. I love the art style. I love the vibrance of them.
Was he originally a graffiti artist?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, well, at least graffiti adjacent enough. I believe he definitely does graffiti stuff.
Because this style is very much that.
Yeah, I'm not early enough in his stuff to be like, I know exactly where he came from. But he is a very, very hyper eclectic artist.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to find...
And can you please tell the viewer how you have so many of these shirts?
Well, he has a subscription service.
How many subscriptions do you have?
I have 2 subscriptions to his t-shirt service. Not on purpose, mind you. Okay.
How do you not have it on purpose if you're aware of it?
I had one in Kentucky, and I never canceled that one, and I moved up to DC. I moved back to DC.
If you've chosen not to cancel it, how are you not aware of it?
I wanted the shirts, but they were going to Kentucky, and I didn't want to change the address, so I just signed up for another subscription.
So how is that not purposeful?
It was accidental.
It's not accidental. You did it on purpose.
No.
Yes, you did.
I didn't want 2 of everything.
You said instead of spending the 5 minutes to change my address, I'm going to spend 3 minutes to make a new account.
I hate paperwork.
You don't hate paperwork. You hate the more amount of paperwork.
Yeah.
Because you did paperwork.
I hate paperwork.
You just did less of it.
Here's the thing. And then I discovered...
Makes no sense.
And then I discovered that he doesn't always just send out the same shirt. Sometimes they're duplicates. And sometimes they're brand new, unique shirts.
So you're like, I'm okay that I have 2 subscriptions.
I've canceled the other subscription.
You did?
It was going to Kentucky. I wasn't even getting them.
Wait, are you saying you did paperwork?
No, I did it...
Yes, you did. You can't not say that you didn't do paperwork.
I don't think I did.
How did you cancel it?
It might not be canceled.
Canceling something is harder than subscribing to it.
This is not. I wanted to talk about 1000. This is not the point of the conversation. Okay. By the way, 1000 is not watching this video. If he is, I will freak out. He's not watching. He's not watching this video, but I'll tell you the video he will watch. I put $700 into his card campaign, which is what you're watching here. He did a Kickstarter for unique custom art playing cards.
How many copies are you getting of it?
I have a full brick coming, along with individual packs, so I don't have to... No, I'm not opening the full brick. It's just a collector's item. But I have individual packs that I'm going to open.
Can I have one of those packs?
And I have... Maybe. We'll talk about it. You're stressing me out. And I have full uncut sheets of each style coming. Because I want to hang them up on the wall as artwork for other sets.
I have a question. So, all of the things that you want to hang up on a wall, do you have enough wall space?
I'm buying another house. Okay.
For those walls?
So the video, you're not letting me celebrate my content creators, buddy. The video that you will see, that 1000 will actually watch, because he's not watching this video, is going to be a video where I am unboxing, showcasing, celebrating, just going insane over all of the, cards that he did, because like I'm gonna go crazy. I cannot wait. They should be arriving sometime this year. But yeah, 1000.
Is this him designing the cards?
Yes, designing the cards. He did a full doco series behind the scenes. He partnered with Chris Ramsay on this.
Oh, he did?
Okay,
talk. You talk, I'll
he
watch.
is an incredible artist with a insanely identifiable design.
His aesthetic is very visible.
Vibrant colors. He just does, it's just the type of atmosphere, the type of the artwork that I love displaying. And so I literally, all of my wardrobe is just 1000 merch. And I will not apologize for it. The reason why you should watch his YouTube channel is because he does behind the scenes that's mixed with his own custom music, his own custom artwork. He is a content creator and a YouTuber, and you can tell he puts passion into both of them so much. Isn't this cool? Like, look at how good the video is.
Keep talking, I want to finish this.
It's not going to finish. It's a 17-minute video.
Cool, I want to see what
Look at how good the video is.
I want to see what the end result.
Can you acknowledge?
It's a really good video.
For a second.
It's a good video.
Can I show you the end result?
It's a good enough video, I'm annoyed you just did that.
Can I show you the end result?
Sure, I just want to see what it looks like right now. Oh, no, it's right there, it's right there, it's right there.
We're getting it. So the card that he just did looks like...
That's right. Oh, no, that wasn't the one he did, because he held one in front of the face.
Well, he's showing secret cards then. I don't know what he's doing. Which one? He's going to have a whole compilation where it's like finished. He always does. It's that one. So that's the card.
Not.
Yeah, that's the card he was just working on.
No, he was doing one where she was holding the card up.
Was he? Is he? No. He has a few different cards.
Well, then maybe it was a different one.
He has whole sets.
Oh, I kind of like those. Those are just spray paint cans.
But he didn't keep with that design. He changed the design. He did multiple versions of cards and let the community vote on which cards they're actually going to have in the finished product. The card artwork, the flat lay of it, is printed in a way that every card bleeds into the others like this big artwork piece.
Like a mirage.
So this is what he ended up going with.
Collage?
Yeah, this is what he ended up going with.
I like that. That's cool.
Just, 1000.
1000. How did you have 6 more? Did you do so you did 3 for the music?
I added 1 extra. I added Van Neistat last.
Oh, you added
He was
one
my
later.
buddy cop.
Okay, my next
what
one
are we doing?
Tell me about it. Under the category. Ooh, I'm excited to talk about this. Of just satisfying. And this is at 3.19 million.
Is it the squishy one?
Nope. This is My Mechanics.
Oh.
Do you know them?
Of course I know My Mechanics. What do you think I am, a YouTube pleb?
My Mechanics is probably... So, I will say this. If you're not familiar with this category of stuff, My Mechanics is within the genre of restorations on YouTube. And what that is...
Best at it.
Is they take rusty, old, broken stuff like this antique wrench, and they create them, they either fully restore them, or they do a combination of restoring them and revitalizing them with completely new pieces.
He always finds a way to use his zzz.
Yes, and so what My Mechanics does is he has a very, very consistent meme or process of if anything ever is at the point where it can't effectively be restored and repaired, he goes, I make new one. And he just machine tools new parts. So he just makes new ones because he knows how. My Mechanics is, I think, one of the most satisfying people to watch.
I left someone off my list.
Who did you leave off?
Is
it a restoration person?
It's a smaller creator. We'll talk about it at the very end.
Okay. My Mechanics is one of... so I will say this. I think he's been in the space for probably a lot longer than most people. But what he does is more than almost any other... So this is him literally just creating new parts with his, metal machine.
It's a lathe.
Refining lathes. What he does, though, more than anyone else, is My Mechanics, for somebody who has the technical knowledge and savvy with all of the hardware knowledge he possesses, he knows how to do so much stuff.
He's grooving every groove.
Every groove. In addition to that, he has, over the course of his channel, learned some of the most visually engaging editing techniques.
He's bubbling the groove thing.
Everything he does... It's like he does a cut for the perfect right amount of time. He'll show you a process, and right as you're like, I don't need to see any more of him doing this step, he moves to the next step. But like at the exact moment in which you intuitively are like, I want to know what happens next, he cuts to it. And to have both the savvy and know-how to create what he physically creates
and film it and tell the story,
and to have a good narrative to digitally build it is just, I cannot respect this person enough. I'm pretty sure they're European. They're not English native, based off of just the joke of like, I make new one, which is like an actual like meme within his community now. But if you can visually, I mean, if you can see what existed at the beginning of this, he shows you that's what it was when he started, and that's what it is now. How is that not satisfying? It's so good. This is the kind of video where at 1:30 a.m. in the morning, when I'm laying in bed, Amber's asleep because she's a fucking adult who knows how to handle her shit.
Amazing. His wife's amazing. Let's take a moment, 5 seconds.
Amber is the best human being in the world.
You're literally the saving grace of Devon. He would not be where he is right now.
I love Amber so much.
The man, as mature as he is, as caring as he is, as
I love Amber
as he is,
so much. She's amazing.
I want to just personally thank you for holding your husband together.
But at 1:30 a.m. when Amber's asleep because she's like, I'm a goddamn adult who has a day tomorrow that I have to deal with.
She's a doctor.
I'm awake and I watch this shit because it's fucking awesome. And I have almost no regrets.
You're becoming a YouTuber.
I'm becoming a YouTuber.
You got 1,000, buddy.
I've got 1,000.
And a hamster on the way.
Oh, 9,000 more to go. But this is great. I love this shit.
Can I just say what I love the most about his stuff?
Yeah, go for it.
Unapologetic YouTube thumbnails. I always remember him from these. Yeah. They're iconic if you know what they are.
Oh,
but if you don't know what they are, you're like, why is there a rusty wrench on my screen? And then you look down and you see 4.5 million views, and you think to yourself,
maybe I should watch this.
Maybe I should watch this video. Something's happening.
And you know what? I mean, when this shit he makes is so good. It's so good. All right, you go. You go.
I can't even.
I'm having an amazing time right now. Are you having a good time?
I'm having a good time.
This video is an hour longer than I thought we would make it by the time it ends, and I do not care at all.
It's only been 26 minutes.
No, it's not.
Well, after the hour.
Oh. I'm so happy right now. Getting to talk about these people...
This might be my only person that might have some people who do not like, who just absolutely hate him. Controversial figure.
Really? At what number count? What subscriber count?
Self-help at 3.85.
I don't think I've heard of this.
Oh, you've heard of him.
Well, you gotta spell it right. You don't like GaryVee?
I'm saying some people might not like GaryVee.
GaryVee...
Some people might not like GaryVee.
I think his episode on Hot Ones... Spoilers. I think he is a remarkably intelligent entrepreneur.
Let me explain why some people might not like him. He is brash. He is confident.
He's unapologetic.
Unapologetic, and he has titles like The Mindset of High Achievers. Take responsibility for your life. What the fuck are you complaining about? Get educated on NFTs. Curiosity. 44 years in 9 minutes. I
think that he doesn't give a shit what you think.
Nope.
But he also doesn't. I really like. I didn't know he had his own channel. I've watched plenty of GaryVee stuff on other channels.
That's what he wants.
Yeah.
That's what he wants. He spreads it all over the place. GaryVee is my go-to stop complaining, get up, and just work.
He has a fantastic work ethic.
He's unapologetic. Do what you love, pursue what you love, be yourself, be genuine, be real, and just dig in. Paired with a message of, you saw it on here, gratitude is my life. He believes in 2 principles.
Yeah.
Be a hard worker and be fucking grateful for the life you have. The way he rationalizes his mindset is he thinks through, what if the people closest to me died? Would anything else that's happening in the world matter? And the answer is no.
Yeah.
The answer is no across the board. And so why do I care now? Just pursue who you want to be. Just pursue what you want out of life. Just go for it, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, back when I was at like 3,000 subscribers or 200 subscribers watching his stuff.
He's so young then.
So he started from Wine Library. He blew his father's business up, then left the business, leaving his dad with an empire, and started his own thing, which is GaryVee, which is Gary Vaynerchuk, and he just does what he wants and pursues it. And so when I was at 300 subscribers watching his stuff, I wouldn't have the balls to like go out and be like, I'm following in his footsteps. But GaryVee, like, he gets off on the idea of people believing in what he says and following it. And guess what? I'm a successful enough YouTuber that it's my full-time career.
Yeah.
I'm able to pay you money, and Shira's able to work as much as she likes. Yeah.
We really need to talk about that.
You spend it all on nonsense, but you do get paid.
I spend it all on nonsense. I don't think I'm in the black yet.
No. Here's the thing. We're working on it.
We're working on it.
Here's the thing. GaryVee is not right for everyone, but for the workaholics, for the people that want to be self-employed, that want to pursue their dreams, GaryVee is he's the narrative of that type
Have
of
you
lifestyle.
seen his shorts where he's going to garage sales?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's not a
those.
short.
I love those.
It's not a short. I love that you've seen it through shorts. It's an entire series he does.
Oh, I want to watch that now.
Called Garage Sailing.
I want to see that.
So like I don't know where I can
playlists.
Playlists. Let's see if we can find it here. So Talk with Every Weekly V, Trash Talk. Trash Talk is going to be his garage sailing compilation, and so he goes out and he walks the street and he hunts for like just real life garage sailing. Because here's what he says.
$130, the potential of $1,900.
Because here's what he says. Like, Devon, if you're poor and don't want to work at McDonald's and want to work for yourself and are complaining about money, guess what? Learn to love something, go out to garage sales, buy it, sell it, flip it on eBay, on Amazon, on any of these, and you can fucking make more than minimum wage and then start your life. And he proves it because he goes out as a multi-millionaire and he just does it. Like, and it's on a, like, he's like interacting with like 93-year-old grandmothers trying to talk Hot Wheels cars down $7 so he can make that sweet profit on eBay.
No, but what he does is he's like, he's a multi-millionaire, and he goes, ugh, I really can't do $20 on this. He's like, can you do 5? Mm-hmm. And then they'll be like, no. And then it'll be like, okay.
And then he'll leave.
What if I buy this and I'll do it all for 10?
Yeah, throw that in for 10.
And then they'll be like, okay, yeah, I want to get rid of this stuff. Yeah. And then he'll immediately get back in the car, and he'll look up all the stuff that he just bought. And he goes,
just made $63.
Yeah,
I just made $63.
Yeah.
This is what we're talking about. You go out and pursue your dreams.
He has the infectious enthusiasm of a kid and the I am going to fucking work my ass off attitude of an adult.
I had a friend adjacent that worked for him, and when he quit to start his own YouTube channel, GaryVee, behind the scenes, wished him well and fucking leveraged him.
Yeah.
Like, that's the type of dude he is.
Yeah.
He just wants people to do their best and succeed.
Yeah.
So, like, and he might actually watch this. I don't know if he will.
Yeah.
But, like, he's the type of person that would. If it got on his radar, he would.
Yeah.
Everyone, please go out and message GaryVee. Let them know Quackalope's talking about him, and I am a big... I don't want to be...
GaryVee is the kind of person who would be like, if he watched this, I'd be like, hey, what are your top 3 notes of how to fix stuff for board games?
Sure. Here's the thing. Like, this video kind of has us coming off as, like, obsessive, like, fans.
Ugh.
And I don't want to be that. It's just, I've spent...
No, I genuinely appreciate every single
But there's a
thing
difference.
here.
There's a difference bar. Like, I have 40,000 subscribers, and I have some fans that I think are really great, and I'm kind of scared to meet. Right? And then I have other fans that I just think are really great. And
of you, fans of you?
Yes.
Okay.
And so, like, I don't want to come into the category of... But the reality is, I've spent 5 years watching GaryVee.
Yeah.
And I could blame GaryVee for, honestly, helping influence and change part of my life. And so, like, excitement and gratitude is due.
It's his fault.
Excitement and gratitude is due. It's a weird world out there, man. But if I ever meet him in person, I'm going to play it really cool.
Really cool.
I'm going to be like, Yeah, man, I also like do a little bit of YouTube, big in the board game space. Small space, honestly. It's just a small space. Like, our biggest content creators, get this, 370,000.
Which was less than half of my lowest one on here.
Isn't that weird?
It's crazy. It says
Isn't
something.
that weird? If you're a board gamer still watching this video, we're going to try really hard to redefine the board game space.
We're going to try and fix that. We're going to try.
Gosh.
We're going to try.
Because we're YouTube fans. We're not board, you know.
I mean, I'm a board game fan, and I'm a YouTube fan.
I have 700 plus board games. I'm a board game fan.
Yeah.
I'm trying my best to fix the board game YouTube channel. I'm a board game fan.
So
if I wasn't, I'd just go do something else.
My next one comes under the category of food.
Ooh.
And, which I love. And at 9.66 million.
I think what we've learned is give us a good topic, bourbon and 3 a.m., and we'll go for it.
I can hit it hard.
Who is this?
Babish.
Binging with Babish.
Babish, well, now he's Babish Culinary Universe.
Why is he not binging anymore?
Because he is so big now, he owns other people.
Does he still have binging, or did binging change to Babish?
Binging with Babish has changed to Babish Culinary Universe because he's grown enough.
At what size did he rename his channel?
Just like within the last year and a half.
That's a big decision. That's like Facebook going to like...
But I mean, he has taken...
What did Facebook
He's accumulated at least one person from like Soma, or I can't remember her name. I think it's Sola from Bon Appetit. Like, he's big enough that he's taken other chefs.
Wow.
And he's accumulated them into his own stuff. So at almost 10 million.
So Binging with Babish makes iconic foods
from pop culture.
What a brilliant idea.
So, like, if you watch something on TV or in a movie or in some other form of popular culture, and it is a absurd, recognizable dish, he started out by recreating them because he has a culinary background, and he recreated them, but he did something that was different. He felt like, if you can see this still right here.
I was watching that.
You can see a little bit of his beard, but he has a very particular style in which he doesn't really show his face very often. And because Babish, and his name is not Babish, he has a different name. I can't remember it right now. I think David.
I just thought of another YouTube channel that like should have been on this. I did a thing.
That was on mine too. That was one of the last ones. I was like, I won't put them.
They don't show their face either.
No, he does sometimes,
but rarely.
He's amazing.
His style,
the Australian guy, I love him.
But he's on our list. Let's not talk about him.
We will. Don't talk about it at the end.
We won't.
We'll talk about it at the end.
Don't do it. Oh.
Are we gonna do this again?
No, we're watching Bin Bin.
Okay,
Bin
so if you can see, the entire time we've been thinking about slapping each other, he has not shown his face, and that's because he decided that most cooking shows, if you look at Food Network and other stuff, they focus on the celebrity of the chef.
Did you watch an interview about him?
More than the food. Are you talking about the Colin and Samir?
You watched a Colin and Samir interview about him? Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
My stuff interconnects, bro.
So does mine.
My stuff interconnects.
The only one that does it is the duck one.
Yeah, you're right. The duck guy is almost the one that interests me the most, though. So he creates really beautifully focused stuff, and also the thing that I love is in these and in his Basics with Babish or Babish Basics, he does a whole nother video series where he literally just helps you cook different types of normal everyday foods. And the beautiful thing about that is, number one, he makes things that you see accessible, but he also makes cooking accessible. And I love that because I love cooking. My wife and I, over the course of our time, you're doing like bartender shit. You're like Salt Bae over here.
I was worried I was going to break the iPad with that last one.
Yeah, that drop.
I got overconfident with the first one.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
Don't tell them.
And so what happens is that he immediately makes food visually appealing. He makes food narratively engaging, and he makes cooking accessible. Because
he's not the celebrity.
You can do the whole, and it doesn't matter. You don't have to care about him. I mean, I love him. I think he's a fantastic human being based off of all of the stuff I've watched. But you can
Moon Knight Soup. Death Note Strawberry Shortcake.
But then you also have just where's
Bob's
where's a
fucking
basic
burgers.
Where's a basic one? Basics with Babish, just sweet and savory babka.
He didn't do that originally. That's
not
a new
originally.
thing. That's a new thing.
So he started off with just iconic dishes from stuff, and then he moved into why don't I just Why don't I teach you how to cook? Oh, there's somebody else from food.
He needed the platform to do that, though.
What is that guy's name?
He needed the platform to do that. Stop moving the iPad.
It's good at a little angle there.
Yeah,
it's good at that angle
because we've got it next to us.
What is that guy's name?
It's as if you don't even think about the video process.
I'm terrible about thinking about any of that. I don't even think it's Andrew.
If you watch to this point, you should probably unsubscribe from Devon Talks Tabletop because he just
fast food.
This isn't even part of the conversation,
but
man.
better. This is another person. Joshua Weissman is also a fantastic videographer who knows how to cook, and one of his biggest thing is but better, and he does fast food, and then he orders it, eats it, and does a gourmet homemade version of it that improves upon the experience and is like, no, I can make KFC, but better. No, I can make the Arby roast beef sandwich, but better. Joshua Weissman, visually, his like, one of my favorite things from him is something that I wish like that we did, which was just like, and now for like the sweet B-roll, and it's at the end of the video, and it's already like showing you the whole video, and it goes sweet B-roll, and it's just this like 30-second segment of just B-roll of all of the shit that's happened in that thing. So that's a completely separate thing. But binging with Babish, one of the better.
I cannot believe he switched to
Babish Culinary Universe. It's because he's so big now. He has incorporated other personalities into his stuff.
Though. Here's the crazy thing.
510 videos.
Did he remove videos?
I don't know. I don't know if he did though. I think that the board game industry pushes videos more.
I just crossed 1,000.
I know.
And I'm at 40,000 subscribers.
I know. I think board game stuff, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that later.
I put a lot of work in.
We'll talk about it later.
Oh, golly. Well, that's a conversation.
That's awesome for me. Babish Culinary Universe.
Oh,
you go
man.
now.
Is it my turn?
It's yours. You've got 3 more. You've got 4 more.
Yeah, I do.
I've got 2 more. I'll think of one.
My next one at 3.99
I didn't
million
even think about LockPickingLawyer.
The fucking king himself.
I didn't even think about the LockPickingLawyer.
Best April Fool's joke I've ever seen every year on the dot.
He's so good.
The LockPickingLawyer.
I really like
I want to acknowledge a few things. First off, no scroll down on his menu. Unapologetic about not needing to advertise his videos. No hard push on his thumbnail. Unapologetic about not needing to advertise his videos.
3.99. He's so close to 4.
Stop.
He's good.
Wait for a second. Look at the average duration of his videos. We're talking 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, 3 minutes. You know what that means? No. Do you know what that means?
Monetization.
The higher the number on the video, the better the lock is. That's the reality of this.
Yeah,
this dude is so good at picking locks. All right, the LockPickingLawyer is based out of Washington, D.C. He never shows his face because apparently he wants to like not be famous. He pairs up with
this dude would be so famous.
Bozzy and Bill. Like the meme in his community is here's the pic that Bozzy and Bill and I made.
Do you ever watch Stuff Made Here?
Yep.
He collabs with them.
He did as well on the Unbeatable Lock. But the LockPickingLawyer, I just bought bike locks. Good. And you know how I bought bike locks?
I love the random intersections of our stuff.
I Googled LockPickingLawyer bike lock I would use. And the bike locks I have outside that are going to be on my bikes
didn't break in instantly.
are the bike locks that he said he would use himself.
Oh, which ones are they?
He still picked
because I have a bike lock.
He still picked them.
Is it the Brent?
No, buddy. It's not. He still
no chump.
He still picked them. It just took an extra 30 seconds for him to get through.
Which one did he pick?
Oh my gosh. So I'm just gonna start playing a video, and you're just gonna see. Well, this is a key car key. Yeah, I don't want to do that one. I don't want to do that one. Let me do one of the. Let's see here.
Do one that takes like 2 minutes.
Master Lock. So Master Lock is. Master Lock has had to have lost millions of dollars
because of his videos.
I do not understand why a PR rep or any product has not has not changed what Master Lock does.
They're like, we literally are trying to fix our locks to where you can't break into them. They sent him an executive corporate letter.
If you are a lock buyer, for the life of you, do not buy a single Master Lock product until LockPickingLawyer certifies that they've done anything right. Because he will do a video that opens their lock with a scrape tool in 12 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, it is embarrassing how horrific they are. He's reading it because he's giving them due justice.
To be fair, guys, this is a 2-minute video of him trying to get into a Master Lock, and most of it is him reading the letter.
Master Lock sent him this, Office of the President, to challenge him on a new lock that they're designing. 1:39 in, this video is 2:54 long. While I keep talking,
he's looking at it.
Okay.
You talk, I'll let you know when he starts to mess with it.
The LockPickingLawyer is one of the channels that makes me question everything I've ever done on YouTube. Are you just gonna watch it?
Yeah.
I mean, he's raking it. He's raking it? I haven't watched this video yet, honestly. Is he going to rake the Master Lock open? He's going to...
That took 10 seconds. 15 seconds max. It took 15 seconds max.
He's going to pick it 7 times in this video. Again, to prove that it wasn't a fake. Yeah, there you go. He's gonna do it again.
He's so good at this.
More. Oh my god.
He's so good at this. That took 15 seconds.
The video is not done. 2:20.
Yeah, he's just talking about the fact that they don't work well. That's the only remaining part of the video.
Okay. All right,
is saying don't worry about Master Lock.
I'm gonna back off, but the LockPickingLawyer makes, and I have once tried to pick a lock. I ordered, because of him, a lock-picking kit to pretend like I could pick a lock.
Am I making noise?
Yes.
You bought a lockpick set?
Yeah. I don't know why I have the desire to go purchase the pick that him and Bosnian Bill and him made, but I just do. I just want to be a part of the story, you know?
You and you're part of the story. Okay.
That's the LockPickingLawyer.
LockPickingLawyer. My second to last option.
Oh.
My second to last option.
You're drinking slower.
You gave me most of your other drink.
No.
Yes, you did.
I did not.
Why do you do this to me? You realize in the last video, I watched this in post, where I went to go either pee or get alcohol, and you told the audience that I was drunk, and you were faking being drunk, and you were just doing it for my benefit.
Yeah.
You realize I watched that. I have feelings.
So, the really interesting thing about myself is...
I have feelings.
No, I understand that. The interesting thing about myself is, like, for me, there's this range between being tipsy and having fun with it and just being completely serious. So if you want me to zero out and just be as straightforward as possible...
No, I just felt offended that you said it when I wasn't there.
I'm happy having fun.
You said it when I wasn't there.
No, I mean, if you want me to, like, for the rest of the video, just...
No, you better... If you stop drinking that, I will slap you. I'll do it. We did it on the last video.
Are you able to do the same thing?
What?
Like there's a moderate point where, like, I can be completely sober-ish or completely drunk-ish.
No, that's not what you're saying.
I am saying that.
No. You can't just, like, physiologically, you can't say, I've had this much alcohol, but now I'm personally ignoring it, and now I'm sober.
No, I absolutely can.
No, absolutely not.
No, I absolutely
Amber and you are going to have a conversation over the phone. You cannot just say, I'm going to ignore blood alcohol content.
There's a degree of silliness you can exude.
You can exaggerate how you're acting, but you cannot.
I'm not exaggerating. I'm just
physiologically just ignore your alcohol.
I'm letting the alcohol affect me, or I'm not. That's the con.
No.
How do you think I drive home?
First off, that's terrible.
I don't drive drunk.
Terrible.
I don't drive drunk.
Do not say that to me again. That's terrible.
It's a funny joke, though.
That's terrible.
It's a little bit of a funny joke.
That's terrible.
If you're watching this video and you actually think drunk driving is a smart idea, you should have your license revoked immediately. Is that good? Did I clarify that?
You saved yourself.
Okay,
you saved yourself. My second to last one at 11.2 million is First We Feast. And this is First We
These are the type
Feast.
of jokes you get 2 hours into a tipsy video.
They're fine at this point. If we had done that
They're in.
a minute in, it would not have been
it would
good.
have been,
it's okay right now.
But it's the same with the conversations about, like, my mom dying in depression. Like, you know, you need 2 hours to set up the context. God. You realize an hour ago we mentioned that.
Did we?
With John Delany.
Yeah, you're right. I know, it just... With Avery...
I wasn't mentioning that.
I know, but
This is my story. You leave your son out of this. Keep going.
Ignore the context of my experience.
First We Feast is amazing.
First, do you like them?
Yeah.
So First We Feast has 2 categories in which I care about. The most prominent that most people are familiar with is Hot Ones, which is...
Can I be serious for a moment?
You go for it. Wait, do you mean serious about this or serious about other stuff?
No, I'm just curious. Like, because some people would be offended by me being comedic or relaxed about the fact that my mom died to cancer.
I don't think you're being relaxed about it or comedic. I think that it's your experience.
Well, that's the thing.
Like, you have processed the emotion of it.
I get the privilege to be like...
You can say whatever the fuck you want.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like it's my... Like,
it's your life.
My mom passed away to breast cancer when she got stage 4 breast cancer when I was like 6 years old. Passed away about 7 years later, way longer than they ever expected her to live.
Please.
I would trade anything I currently have to have a day back with her. Sure, that's the reality of it.
Fair.
But then you double down on that context,
please.
and I also think a certain point of grieving requires comedy to exist. And so now...
I think a lot of comedy comes from pain.
Well, no, and so now I can look at the fact that like something happened that should not have happened. And it was painful and tragic, and it took me so long to process.
Yeah.
And I can now joke about it, and I can talk about it. It doesn't take away the, like...
I think that's fair.
But I'm just saying, like,
it doesn't desensitize the emotion that you felt, and you still feel.
Some people would hear that, and they'd be like, that's callous or uncalled for or offensive to other people.
That's fine, but they're projecting their own experience onto yours.
Yeah, don't I get a right to my own experience?
You get a right to it. Why are you feeling self-conscious?
I wanted a moment because you mentioned other things. I
just mentioned Avery.
Don't stop. Just leave me alone. All right.
How is that leaving you? I validated everything you just said.
I don't want to share things beyond what I'm able to share, and we're like, you know, I'm drunk in a video now, so like.
Are you?
No, not really. No.
Yeah, I was about to say, based off of what you said about being able to say sober. I'm not drunk or sober.
I could drive home if I wanted.
No.
No. I deserve that.
Stop. First We Feast. First We Feast. First We Feast has 2 series I care about.
First We Feast is so good.
The main one that I feel like most people would resonate with is Hot Ones, which is Sean Evans, and he does interviews, which I think that Sean Evans...
Leave a comment down below. Should I pour myself another shot or not? And now I'm literally going to let him focus on his thing. I know
You have to. Do it.
Wait for them to comment.
We've got a while. Anyways, what I was saying was Sean Evans, I think, even in the space... Like, if you extrapolate it out of just YouTube, if you go to the concept of interviews, I think that Sean Evans is one of the most dedicated, insightful interviewers, period. The kinds of questions he asks the people that come on the show.
He does his research.
Yeah. And he asks them not softball questions. He asks them things that really dive into who they are, their process, what made them successful, what they came from. Everything that you would want to know about those people, he asks. But you pair that with something that's really special, which is a bunch of people eating really fucking hot sauce on wings. And what it does is it collectively, I don't know if you're so I like spicy food. Do you like spicy food at all?
I would go on his show if you're inviting me though.
I have wanted to do this for the last 2 years. Can we do a Hot Ones challenge, me and you, where we go through the wings together?
So everything
please?
Yes, but everything would have to be kosher.
That's fine.
Okay. That's the only caveat I have.
Oh, I don't know how many of the sauces would be kosher.
We would have to. We might have to pick some different sauces.
Yeah, we might have to pick some. It could still work. We'll have to figure it out. But what I'm saying is that he already is a fantastic interviewer. But if you pair that with the fact that when you have capsaicin, when you have pepper and spice heat, you get to a point where it affects you significantly to the point where you can enter a state of delirium, a state of ecstasy. You can enter this phase where the spice is affecting you so much.
I start hiccuping.
You lose the ability for inhibition and for social constraint.
Kind of like liquor.
Yes. Which in an interview scenario, in an interview context is amazing. Because these guests get to the point where they're like, it happens on the show more than you realize, where they go, I wouldn't normally say this shit. And they're saying it because they can't regulate themselves.
Well, they don't realize that it is affecting them in the same way that a drug would.
Yeah, it's affecting them. And they say stuff that they normally would not on an interview show. This is amazing. I will give a special... I will give a special shout out. Really good choice. That's smart.
There's fingerprints on it, and I figured the hamster butt would probably
help. Hamster butts are great for fingerprints.
Yeah, it's literally why I bought it. It's not to advertise you at all. It was the fact that I knew I could wipe it off.
So question, you could have gotten a 15-cent microfiber cloth.
Hamster butt.
And you bought...
This was $20.
A Beanie Baby. That was a $20 hamster?
Was it worth it?
I'm both impressed and offended.
Was it worth it?
He's pretty cute. I really
you're keeping him as like a
as a mascot. When we finished the root gameplay and it was the do.
He's a thing.
Before that, I didn't feel attachment, and then when I did that, I was like, I kind of feel attachment to this hamster. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
I was hoping you.
The last thing I will say is the shout out I will give to First We Feast. You need another shot. The viewer asked. Why did you give that to me? Now I have 6. There was the same amount.
I ate 3.
You need to add more. The viewer requested it.
These are the best cherries in the business.
Luxardo cherries are the best. So we played Burn Cycle earlier today. Was that just today? It feels like a lifetime ago.
I love us.
The timeline of what we do. We played Burn Cycle with Alex earlier today. And by today, I mean yesterday. And by yesterday, I mean like at 3 p.m. Because it's definitely after midnight. And so what we did was we played that. It's
definitely not approaching 3 a.m.
And what we did, though, was we played and we had some old fashions while we played.
We did. As
and you and I drank our drinks.
We did.
And Alex finished his drink, too. But the crime, the major crime that happened, and that I almost spoke of audibly during the gameplay, but I was like, it's out of context.
You should have.
I should have. Was that we finished all of our stuff, but Alex did not physically eat his Luxardo cherries. These things are I don't like candied cherries. I don't like maraschino cherries.
Luxardo cherries are like 15 to 20 cents a piece.
They're amazing.
They're the best quality cherries you have ever had in your life. And I don't mean by a small margin.
By a sizable margin.
Candied cherries literally are dog shit. And Luxardo, I would pay my left nipple to not lose them. Let me ask you this. If Luxardo Cherries, the company, was going out of business, and they contacted you and they said, all you have to do is sacrifice your left nipple, one simple snip, and we will stay in business for the next 100 years.
Is it just the nipple?
Just the nipple.
And they reached out to me specifically?
You specifically. You're the only person that had the nipples they needed.
If I did that, how long would it permanently save them? You get
Luxardo Cherries for life, and their company would be stabilized for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I'd give my nipple.
I'd give my nipple. That's a body part.
I'd give my nipple.
I mean, it's not an arm.
I don't use it.
It's not an arm.
I don't use it for anything.
I know, but it's not an arm.
It's not an arm.
But it's a body part.
I wouldn't give a full limb.
No. I didn't ask for full limb.
But if you, I was just asking for my nipple. I don't use it for it. Yeah, go for it. Take
Honestly,
my nipple and keep that in production.
I would pair up. I would double nipple it.
You'd go both nipples.
Both nipples.
What? Okay, I have a question.
No, your nipple and my nipple, not both my nipples.
Okay, I was about to say
one nipple's got to stay.
Even if each of us give a nipple,
yeah,
is it scar tissue or is it just blank flesh?
It's gonna be surgery.
It's scar tissue?
Yeah, it's gonna be surgery.
That'd be kind of cool to have scar tissue.
It'd be a little cool. Can I be honest about nipples for a second?
Are you weirded out by nipples in some capacity?
No. I've got one that's always hard. And no. Let me clarify. Devon, stabilize for a moment. I've got more stories to tell. Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. I've got one that's always soft. Devon, stabilize. Okay. Wow. And this one has a freckle on it.
On it?
Oh, on it.
On the areola or on the actual middle bit?
To the point where it should be concerning.
Like cancerous?
I'm gonna step off camera.
Can you show it to me real quick?
Yeah. So, freckle.
That is on the main bit. How hard is the material of the mole? Is it soft?
It's soft.
It's not hard.
It's malleable.
Okay, so that's
Should
probably
I show
fine.
your wife?
No, it's fine.
Do you think your wife should check it out?
If it's really stiff and like hard.
So I had a freckle cut off my toe when I was 4.
Why?
Because they thought it could be cancerous.
Oh, so it meant okay.
And now I'm not really, but kind of scared of this one right here.
Let me see. One sec. That one's fine.
I'm scared of it.
It's fine.
And this one.
I have, because my dad, I don't have the same skin complexion as him, but I have a lot of...
the same people that watched the last stream are watching this
one.
Oh,
are you kidding me? They're so watching this. This is half the length, and it's just as good. I have a lot of skin tags, thanks to my dad. It's just as good. It's just as good. It's amazing. I haven't even talked about the second half of First We Feast, which the first thing I mentioned was hot ones. The second thing I'm mentioning, if we're getting off of cancerous skin tags and
imagine
moles.
if they're actually watching this, though, to see like, oh, I wonder what they said about our channel.
Yeah.
They're not watching.
The other thing I'm going to mention is...
This is why we started...
First We Feast is kind of a conglomerate that has a bunch of food-based stuff going on in different series. They have Hot Ones, which is, I think, predominantly their most popular. And they also have one which is called Burger Scholar Sessions, which is with this absolutely fucking zany dude. So
this is why we started with the smallest channels that might actually watch our content, and then finished...
So it's on First We Feast.
With the channels that
and
care
it's
less.
George Motz, I think is his name.
I've never...
Motz, yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you. I am both offended that anyone but the interviewer is doing content on this channel, and I have never watched this show.
This show is fucking amazing.
I've never watched it.
This guy loves...
Why should I care about it? I subscribe to this channel on the back of the interviewer.
On Hot Ones?
Why should I care about this?
Because George Motz makes he cares about burgers so much that he literally recreates burgers from all across the country, and he will sometimes have guests on. This is Alvin, I believe. So this is actually the guy, he created Egg Slut, which is a physical restaurant location in LA. I don't know if it's outside of LA,
sure,
but it's a breakfast, like it's obviously egg centric in terms of the dishes that they have. But Alvin Callaghan and George Motz, I got George Motz right. And so what George does is he will, on his videos, he's like, hey, this is a regional diner burger from Illinois. I'm gonna make it on this show. And so he kind of carries on the traditions of burgers from all of these different like regions across America, and he revives them and gives them life and gives them perpetuity on YouTube with his channel. And I love burgers. I love them so much. I don't eat them all the time because I'm very particular about them. There was a diner burger that Amber and I used to love that was
Can you come down next time and cook us burgers?
So here's the thing. If I cook burgers for you guys at the house, I want to do smash burgers.
I'm okay with whatever you... Oh, no, we can't do cheese in any of them. We can't. We don't mix cheese and meat.
Okay, that's fine, but...
We can do onions.
What
sauteed
can you
onions.
do regular beef?
Onions, mushrooms. We could do. We go purchase the beef.
So you guys we would just do a smash burger that doesn't have cheese on it. That's fine. But like the best thing for it would like to do a smash burger properly, which is the only kind of burger I would want to cook at the house. You essentially need it fucking hot, which means
tell Shira that we need a grill, she'll buy one.
We need a grill.
You know she buys things for you.
She does. She does. Shira likes me. I help out.
So, all right. So my company, which is Quackalope, and for all of you that think Quackalope,
are you about to talk about unions?
Yeah. For all
I'm
of
gonna
you,
go pee.
Are you peeing? Are we pee breaking?
While you talk about unions, it's that.
Okay,
this is that kind of video.
This is that time.
time.
Pee break.
I'm gonna go pee
break.
break.
Okay, I'm gonna
and
sit
you
on-
talk about unions.
So, here's the thing. I founded Quackalope as a solo entrepreneur. Loved board games, wanted to dive into the board game hobby. I thought it would be a exciting and reasonable place to be. I'll leave this playing just in case anyone wants to continue watching this. And then I met Shira. She came full-time on with me, was a NICU nurse beforehand. We met Devon through the process. I met Devon before I met Shira, and then Devon started working with us full-time as I met Shira because she kind of stabilized us a little bit. Devon and Shira have sort of unionized. And here's what I mean by that. We're a company of 3, and barely that, like 40,000 subscribers. We're scraping by. We need income from every source we can find. Hey, by the way, we've got a Patreon if you want to go support us. And here's the thing. Shira, my partner, my girlfriend, soon-to-be fiance, my eventual wife, has committed to the fact that if Devon ever gets fired or leaves the channel, involuntary or voluntarily, she is also out. And on the back of that, I cannot manage Devon and literally give him any work to do if I didn't have Shira around to help me organize stuff. So my company of 3 has essentially unionized to the point where it all falls apart if anyone gets cut.
I think that's how it should work, right? I know that you love that idea, though, right?
No, I do. I'm not a fan. I'm not. Let's get political for a second. Not a fan of unions. I understand they were necessary at a certain point, especially like coal miners back in Appalachia. I get the historical precedence for them, but I also think nowadays they take advantage of the employers. That's as political as I should ever get on this channel.
That's as political as you should get. That is First
my
We
turn?
Feast. And I have talked about both the Burger Scholar sessions with George Motz and, of course, Hot Ones.
First We Feast took a long time.
Well, we were talking about a bunch of stuff.
That's on you.
That's on me? Go for it.
You don't think this is a problem?
Me?
Yeah.
Your hard and your soft nipple?
Yeah.
What's the problem?
Or like that? You don't think that's not concerning to you?
No, I don't think that's concerning at all. If I don't think it's a problem at all, based off of my peripheral knowledge of stuff that Amber talks about.
I'll trust you.
If you genuinely are worried about it, we can talk to Amber.
I don't have health insurance, but I'd love to talk to Amber.
Sure. She would happily have a discussion with you. She likes you.
She
had a good time whenever you visited. You should visit again.
I would love to in the next month.
You're not going to.
I would.
You and Shira keep talking.
I will.
You're not doing it.
I will visit in the next month.
You're not. I don't believe you.
But I'd like to.
You're not going. I know you would like to, but you're not going to.
But I really want to.
Would you do it after Origins?
I would love to.
I believe you less and less the more you say that.
I like you so much.
Thank you.
I want to come visit more.
I appreciate that.
You're so far away.
We are.
If you weren't 18 hours, it'd be easier.
It would be way easier.
I'm going to cry.
I fly to you because it's so far.
I pay for the flights.
You do. You do.
No, so here's my theory. Here's my theory. I'm up to date. I don't owe you money.
No. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Like the next flights?
Well, we were going to switch from me to you.
Oh, you paying and me reimbursing versus you getting onto our cards.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is such a journey. Okay.
I'm having a great day. We're going to hit 2.5 hours for sure.
We're not.
It's at 2:07. I haven't even done my top, and you still have 2 beyond my top.
We're not going to do that.
No, we're going to
I've written down 3 beyond all that already.
You've written down more?
Well, with us. We both agreed to one of them. I did a thing.
Who did we?
I did a thing.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Here's why I think I'm concerned about this. So when I was little, they laser etched or they cold froze off a giant mole or whatever it was from my toe.
Okay.
You can see the scar. Can I show you the scar?
Yeah, show me the scar.
Okay, so
take off your smart wool.
Do you see the scar right there?
Yeah, I see
that used to be a mole. And I liked it when I was little because it looked like a smiley face on my big toe.
It's not on your big toe anymore.
They took it off. But the scar's still there. And they told me if I ever see it grow, like if I ever see it come back, I should be concerned. So since I was 4, I've never seen it come back.
Oh, you just mean in the same area?
No, yeah.
Okay.
This one, I don't remember ever having. But I think what happened is I lost my hair and it showed up.
Yeah.
My hair thinned and disappeared.
Yeah.
And then that popped up.
It looks totally fine. So the thing that you technically need to worry about is like it's flat right now.
Okay.
It doesn't have a protrusion of growth. It's not hardening at all. Like so I have a ton. I could take off my shirt and I could show you like 9 different moles across my body, but none of them are the type that you would presume to be cancerous.
I will blur your face if you take off your shirt though. Just for your privacy.
You've already done that.
So. No, I mean, this is actually really reassuring. I'm glad we had a moment to analyze this.
Don't worry about it.
I've just been freaking out about it for like 6 months, but I haven't shared it with anyone.
That one's fine.
Because I don't have health insurance.
That one's fine.
So if that is a problem, I can't acknowledge it until after I purchase health insurance. And then we have to discover it.
I can give you reassurance through Amber, but I can say based off all the stuff I know from being married to Amber, that's fine.
I've got a few other things we should check out, though, before you leave. All right, so my next one is going to be a content creator.
This is your third to last.
A content creator who was not famous because of content creation. Actually, I discovered him through a little-known show. A little-known show where they tested things. They were looking for whether or not, like...
What's the subscriber
theories
count?
In the world. Subscriber count is currently standing at 5.8 million.
Theories in the world.
And it was a discovery show, and they were looking to see if, like, different theories that existed, were real. Like, they were testing stuff.
What is...
Like
Mythbusters?
Mythbusters.
Mythbusters.
Adam Savage.
Wait, so Mythbusters like core channel or one of the other ones?
When Mythbusters quit, Adam Savage, one of the two main hosts of Mythbusters.
Man, is he still doing content?
Yes. Yep. He launched his own channel called Tested. Tested is launched with a variety of people, and it actually slowed down a lot during the pandemic because they were trying to be responsible out in California, and so he was filming on his own phone, but he wasn't able to have like Grant Irahara and all of them come and join him for shows. I can't believe
Grant's dead. Grant died.
Yeah, I remember that.
You don't?
No, I do. That happened over like 2021, right?
It was sudden. It was really sudden.
Okay. That sucks.
Yeah.
Either way, Adam Savage is an eclectic creator, an amazing model builder, a fantastic
engineer,
Comic-Con like stylizer, a great engineer, and he's just a mind, right? And I love minds. And so his channel covers nerd culture.
Not to be confused with mimes. Different thing.
It is a different thing. His channel covers maker studios, covers nerd culture, and just covers the whole eclectic arts. And it's through the lens of a person that I grew familiar with and attached through Mythbusters. I honestly didn't like his other guy. Like, he was fine.
I'm trying to even remember the other guy.
Exactly. And Adam Savage was always the person that I resonated with the most.
Who was the other guy?
Adam and, I want to say Jamie, but I think I'm wrong.
No, you're right. Mustache, hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adam was the cooler one.
So it's this weird thing, and like even their working relationship, Adam and him, they weren't actually friends because they were so different in the way they approached problems. No. So this is a behind the scenes thing. So they were colleagues and they appreciated each other. But Adam and him were so different in the way they approached problems that they couldn't actually ever be friends because they were diabolically opposed in their collaboration scheme. What?
I want to watch this one. It's Inglourious Bastards. It's like one of the best Tarantino movies ever.
You have to be a channel member?
Why can't I? Why aren't you a channel? Why aren't you premium?
Well, remember, we're on a dumb account.
You're on a different account. Okay, never mind. Just do something else.
So, here's the thing. Adam Savage has just one of the coolest maker channels in the space. This is my maker go-to. If you like crafty, if you like skill, if you like trade, if you like nerd, all of that is here in his collection. And I don't watch all of his videos, but I get rewarded for every one that I do.
There's a couple people that like, I want their studio or their space.
Casey Neistat was one of those.
I was about to say
Adam Savage is another one that has an environment.
We're like so in sync right
that
now.
has an environment that he's enriched. We're not gonna kiss.
Oh.
That has an environment that he's enriched through years of creativity that so encompasses his story that it's just remarkable to even look at or be around.
That was a good one.
Thank you.
It's really good.
Thank you. That's Adam Savage tested.
Am I about to do my last and you still have 2 more?
No, because I wrote down 3 more beyond the 2 more that I had that we both agreed to.
That we both agreed to?
Well, one of them we agreed to, but I'm including the other 2.
What are the... let me see. Let me see, like, without them seeing, let me see.
So.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I love that we know each other's shit. What's that one?
I can't read my handwriting yet, but I'll remember it in a little bit.
Something direct.
Oh, you don't know that one?
But it's going to be good, though?
It's important, yeah.
Okay, so... Other than that one, which I actually think the one that you marked is less. I think both of those might be less than some of our tops in terms of subscriber count.
Put the weapon down.
Am I not accurate? I gotta cross this out.
The weapon down.
For myself, I have to cross this out.
Put the weapon down. Thank you.
Those are less than our top, right? I'm assuming.
All of those are less than my top. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So
and I've got 2 more on my core list, and then we've got the like honorable mentions,
which were both 2 of the 3 of those.
Put the fucking weapon down, Devon. Okay.
The last of mine.
Was that funny?
It was good. It was funny. The last of mine, along with my mechanics, is the final section of satisfying. At 11
Is this the squeeze one?
Squeeze. What squeeze?
You're not using a hydraulic press as satisfying on any of these?
No.
Have you not watched the hydraulic press challenge?
No. I think that you and I...
I'm excited
even though we have...
They're not on my list either.
Even though you and I have an absurd amount of difference in what we watch. We haven't had any crossover, but we've had crossover.
Oh, we're adjacent.
We know a bunch of shit that the other person knows.
We're touching tips.
I'm so happy about that. At 11.9 million, my final pick for satisfying is Colinfurze. What?
He's so good.
You know who I'm talking about? Yeah.
Why? I mean, at this size, how do I not? He just dug a tunnel underneath his house and connected it back up to the other parts of his house. How would I not know?
Are you watching the tunnel videos? Have you watched them at all?
I've watched all of his videos. Well, I haven't actually watched the whole tunnel series because I found it a little long and egregious. But historically, I've watched all of his older videos.
Colinfurze is I wish we had audio for this. He's a maker. He is an incredibly intelligent engineer and maker who has a remarkable sense of the bizarre and also a capacity to innovate in the dumbest ways. It's mostly just liquor. And what he did originally, one of his premier concepts or most accessible video series was when in his backyard in England, and as someone who's lived in England...
I mean, you were
real estate in England is much more of a thing than the U.S.
Okay.
You can, like, if you want space, go to fucking South Dakota. Go to any other place, any of the states that don't have a high population density.
Texas has a land space that's enough to fit everyone in the, like, I think it's everyone in the world with a couple acres.
It's a lot. It's
Correct
a
me
lot.
If I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong.
You're probably wrong on everyone in the world.
Maybe everyone in the United States.
Yes. It's probably more similar to that. So, he has... In the UK, space is a commodity. It's a luxury. It's something that you have to actually appreciate because you don't have a lot of it. It's a very small island nation. And what he does is in his backyard, years ago, he dug a massive ass hole, built it's like set the foundations for a massive bunker. And so he's got his bunker, he's got his work shed, and he's got his house.
He built the work shed too.
And recently, over the last year, he said, what if I started from my work shed and I built a tunnel underground and dug it underground to the house and to the bunker to connect all of my disparate spaces on my property into one insane contraption. And so he now has a tunnel series in which he is going, and I mean, when you say, I'm going to build a tunnel underground, most people's response is, okay, cool, enjoy dying. And Colinfurze is like, okay, motherfucker, I know all the shit that I need to know to not die.
He does. He knows all of it.
And he does all of it. And you get to see all of it. And the benefit of that is that in addition to that, he also just knows so much stuff. So if you go back and watch his old content, he makes the crazy nitrous-powered bicycle.
That's what I love, is he takes random... Like, he created a toaster that did something weird, didn't he?
He makes the most absurd contraptions, and he innovates them on a level that defies understanding and rationality.
Or like logic.
Yes, absolutely.
Like they're not real things.
But my favorite thing about Colin, other than what he creates, the visual media that he produces, is that I think that Colin creates the most amusing sponsorship segments, period.
That's true.
YouTubers at their level.
Speaking of which, we're sponsored by Devon Talks Tabletop, which is not going to be entertaining at all, but subscribe anyway for a hamster thing.
So when you get at a certain level and you get sponsors for all or most of your videos, you have to reveal them and share them and include them to some capacity in your video. And they usually
interrupt your video.
And it's usually an intrusion. What Colin does is he goes, no, I am going to absolutely force and suppress whatever I'm pushing to fit within the mold of absurd Colinfurze, and I'm going to make the sponsor just as engaging and amusing as the actual fucking video. Like, for example, he did a sponsorship for Surfshark in which he created a rotating, like, engine or hydraulic spiral carousel on which a shark moved around, and he surfed the shark by standing on it for simply a sponsor video.
I mean, he probably got paid like $200,000.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It's entertaining to the point to where typically when someone goes, okay, and here is a word from our sponsor, most YouTubers go, okay, I'm going to skip 3.
I have loved the people like Philip DeFranco who've been time-stamping their sponsors. It's a little bit of a shady thing for the sponsor.
Yeah.
Because you know what I do as a viewer?
You skip it.
I go, that sponsorship's a minute and a half long. I'm going to timestamp to the...
Yeah.
I jump. Yeah. Immediately.
And so what he does though is he makes the sponsorship just as amusing as the rest of his content.
So you have to watch it.
To where you want to watch it.
Yeah.
I think Colinfurze is, so he's a British maker, creator, innovator, content creator. Colinfurze is one of the most eminently watchable people on YouTube.
Yeah.
And he's been that way for a while. All right, that's me. Before we get to
Is he your final one?
That was my final one. You did more than me. You cheated. I need to come up with another one. I need to come up with one other one. I have another one. I have another one that I'll do. And I don't even have to write it down. You do one more, then I'll do one more.
Standing tall at 6.24 million subscribers.
He's doing really well.
Chris Ramsay.
I love when he gets custom puzzles from people.
So Chris Ramsay is a combination of a magician, a card artist, although he wouldn't call himself that because other people do it so much better. He'll acknowledge that. And why am I pretending like he's even watching this video?
He's great.
And he also collaborated with 1000.
I know.
On the card thing.
Yeah.
And he is also he solves puzzles on YouTube. And you think
that's the part of him that I like the most. I love puzzles.
So you think that sounds lame? Chris Ramsay creates the most engaging, engrossing puzzle-style content ever. The B-roll he does at the beginning to set up the atmosphere and the style of the puzzle.
And the narrative videos
video production, the narrative he does. Chris Ramsay is one of, as far as I'm concerned, the single most successful board game-adjacent content creator in the entire space. He does it right, and he's broken out of the puzzle category to be an icon and a legacy. In the same way that LockPickingLawyer has done. I am so in awe of the content he creates, the puzzles he solves, the mind he has, the magician talent he has. It is just mesmerizing. Now, I have to acknowledge,
he's really good.
I don't normally watch all 30 minutes of his puzzle videos. I watch the first 10, and then I normally skip about 20 minutes to the end.
No, so I don't do that. What I do is, like, if he ever gets a roadblock, I skip until he fixes the problem.
And it's not that he, like, lets them drag on. He doesn't. But for me, I do cut his videos in about half.
Yeah.
Just because I kind of want to then see the puzzle solved. There's some that I've watched all of. But no, I started getting hand tattoos because I thought his were so cool. I mean, I've got Be Kind, Be True, 42, and The King of Death Lantern.
Is 42 Hitchhiker's Guide?
Yeah.
I think I've asked you about that before.
And
is that a KDM lantern?
It fell out so badly. It looks horrible.
Really?
It's supposed to be like the whole way around, and it just fingers don't hold ink very well. And you can see the X that I cut at the top of my hand when I was like 16.
I do see that. Yeah. I've never seen that before.
I like it.
I like that.
Yeah.
I think scarring can be cool.
Yeah, it can be. Either way, Chris Ramsay is the artist that convinced me that getting a hand tattoo would be worthwhile. Haven't we talked about that?
I have not talked about your tattoos
I've mentioned
before.
to it on a video.
No, not with me. You've done it with other people. I have not talked with you about your tattoos. And since I'm considering getting some for my 30th.
The answer that I normally say to people is...
Because those are different.
Oh, they're not that different. They're the same style.
Yeah.
The answer that I normally give to people is it's based off of a Russian tattoo artist that I admire a lot, who did a lot of asymmetric design and lines. The reality is I got these tattoos while I still had fresh cuts on my arm, and after I got these tattoos, I never cut again. When I did self-harm, and you can see the scars kind of up and down my arm, that's probably the deepest one there, or like the X on top of my hand. It was a combination of like depression and a release. Mm-hmm. But it was never a pain thing.
Yeah.
It was always a visual thing. I loved I didn't have tattoos. Up until the point where I started cutting. Yeah. And so it was never a I want to experience pain. It was I like the way it looked. Here's the weird thing. I would walk around college, like literally college, with like an X carved into the top of my hand. Not a single person said anything. Yeah. I would walk around college with my sleeve rolled up, with like my entire arm just lacerated. And I wouldn't like parade it, but enough that like people could have known.
Oh, you mean? Oh, wait. You said sleeve rolled up.
Yeah.
So that would have been visible.
Yeah.
That's interesting / alarming.
And a year after I got through my super depressive episode, a kid at our college committed suicide, and all I could think in my mind was, like at the time, I understand why someone didn't find help.
Yeah, I mean, if no one commented.
Because I did.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I went to a psychiatrist 4 times. Yeah. With cuts on my arm. Yeah. And I didn't show them to her, but I was sitting there clearly having a problem. The fact a kid coming to you 4 times without really expressing anything. Yeah. Maybe you follow up on that kid a little bit. Got a vendetta against psychiatrists. But I love Dr. John Delony.
I don't think you have a vendetta. I think you have
No, they failed me dramatically.
I think you have...
I had to solve my own problems because...
I think you have a vested frustration in how they function.
Yeah. Either way...
I don't think you're the kind of person that has vendettas.
No.
You're not.
No.
It's not.
It's not the right. It's not the right word. It's not the right
function.
word. Either way, so these tattoos, I got.
Russian artist.
They're based off of a Russian artist. That's true. But the real application of them. So like, take a closer look at them. ... Stitch, stitch, stitch. Do you see?
Yeah.
Stitch, stitch, stitch.
Yeah.
I drew these myself.
Okay. Cool.
And they, for me, were a visual. They would always be a visual representation of what I mentally couldn't handle. And so for me, they were permission to not cut anymore. And that was enough.
I think that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do one more since you have got a bunch.
I
of
like
extras
Chris Ramsay though. Can we?
You've cheated. Oh wait, are you talking about? You want to talk about him more?
No, he's just great.
I like him a lot too.
Yeah.
I love his puzzles. That wasn't working for me.
Great. Are we doing the next video?
I think this is the last one.
Oh.
What's the next one?
We had so many more videos to do.
What are we doing tonight? We're not doing that one.
That was just that one.
That one is not happening.
I asked everyone about it.
If we do that, I am sleeping until 3 p.m. today.
That's not possible.
It's possible to do it, but I am fucking sleeping.
Are we gonna save that one?
No, I want to do it this week.
This week?
Yes, before I leave.
How much more are we gonna talk about?
How much more are we going to talk about? What?
Life. I gotta get my list of stuff that I despise about board games together. This is that. You realize that. Like, you know that.
I know that that's
this
the topic.
Is that. No, I'm saying this is that. Like, we did that. We're doing that right now.
No, but these
3 hours in
these
is
are the
that,
ones that matter.
That is that.
These are the ones that matter.
Yes, we can save it or we do it.
We're not saving it. We are either doing it tomorrow night or we're doing it
tonight, and you're sleeping till 3.
I'm not. I cannot wake up at a normal time if we do that. I'm happy to do it, but I cannot wake up at a normal time.
I keep telling Shira that there's this balance that I have to strike with you.
With me?
Yes, because
I have to have some sleep.
I'm getting there.
What were you gonna say?
I'm getting there.
What balance?
I'm the type of person that needs 4 different board game groups because I will run as hard with every one of them as one person can manage on their own. And so I was talking with Shira and I was like, I need to let him hang out with Alex. I need to let him play games for fun. I need to let him sleep his 7 hours. He needs to be able to work out in the morning. Because Jesse...
Am I high maintenance? Am I a high maintenance friend?
No, you're normal / above average. However, the fact that you're willing to even do this is above average.
Okay.
However, I am the type of person who needs 4 different board game groups. Because I'll have them come over on a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday, and I will film for 15 hours straight with every one of them.
Gosh.
Like you realize, Devon, you're here for this week.
Yeah.
I do this week with you, where we film for 15 hours a day and go till 5 a.m. And then as you leave, I invite other people to come do this with me.
Who do you do this with?
So if Table Nuts is up here, when West is up here, every other week we do a 12-hour session, till 2 or 3 a.m.
I guess that's true.
Next week I have Travis coming up from...
Travis Chance.
Yeah, we're covering his
I
new game.
am so upset that him and Game Trays. I'm bummed that I missed that. I'm genuinely upset that I missed that. Because I think that him and Noah is a combination of people.
I was telling Shira that in order to not burn you out, I have to respect you a little bit.
Thank you.
I respect you a lot.
A little bit?
Yeah, but if you get famous enough, you're not going to want to hang out with me.
What is famous?
10,000 subscribers and a hamster.
That's famous? I started at 700K.
Do you like the hamster?
I love the hamster.
Let's talk about your next person.
Okay. Well, I don't have a next person, but
you said you did. You said you came up with one.
Yes, I did.
Stop moving the iPad. That's not how this works.
Okay, fine. Whatever.
Do you like how I'm still focused on media production, even this far into the video?
You're great at this. This is a classic pick. 21.
Come on. Mark Rober's just like a cum shot to the wind.
Wait, before I even say a word.
Sure.
What do you mean?
Everyone's getting hit. Is that funny?
First up. Does that work?
I think so. There's like millions of sperm in them.
Everyone's getting hit. Here's something I appreciate about Mark
He's
Rober.
the best at this.
He publishes once a month.
I haven't watched his newest thing. I saw Philip DeFranco talk about it.
It is so good. It's so good.
He attacks Indian spam companies.
In this one, yes.
He attacks them. He spawns glitter bombs, releases bees, gets half of the nation arrested. And at the same time acknowledges that most of India is not pieces of shit.
No.
It's just like the 12 guys that work in a scam company.
It's just those people. The people in India that work at these call centers are reviled equally by the people that are from India. I think what I love about Mark Rober...
Even half of them aren't terrible people. They just have to make a living. I've seen videos from...
Amber said the same thing when I showed her this. I disagree with you.
I thought of a new channel.
I disagree with you. And I had this conversation with Alex today.
Have you heard of this channel?
I have not.
We're going to take you on a journey.
I want
Talk
to
about
be
Mark
on a
Rober.
journey.
I'm going to shut up for a moment because someone was commenting it.
Commenting on what?
They were saying I should shut up for a second.
On your own channel?
It was Jeff.
Fucking Jeff. Shut up, Jeff. Shut the fuck up, Jeff. You motherfucker. Mark Rober is a former NASA engineer, which means he's an engineer of engineers.
You like engineers.
People who make shit, I am absolutely enamored by. I am always envious of people's ability to create. And physical productions and creations are something that I heard what you said. Are something that really just resonate with me. Mark Rober, so he was a former NASA engineer and he quit that to pursue his work with YouTube. And his process is that he only publishes 12 videos a year. He publishes once a month, which for the board... For most,
any YouTube content creator.
For most YouTube content creators, that does not work. It doesn't work. It's just not something that works.
And it did not work for him originally.
It does, though.
But now it does.
Because he has got over 20 million followers.
It started with the glitter bomb. That's where the trend began.
When he creates a video once a month, when a Mark Rober video pops up, you go, oh, shit.
It is not...
I need to watch it.
Okay, but it's not only... the people that watch Mark Rober. The world watches Mark Rober, and millions of them don't realize
that they watch him.
That they watch Mark Rober. If you came to someone and you said...
So I did this with Amber. I said, have you ever watched somebody who messes with squirrels? Have you seen a video where there's an obstacle course for squirrels?
And she was
they go, oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I'm
you go,
you've watched
do you know
Mark
who Mark
Rober.
Rober is?
And they go,
I have no idea.
No, I have no clue.
Have you ever seen the guy that takes people who steal packages off your front porch and spams them with a glitter bomb?
They're like, oh, glitter bombs? Yeah. And you go, do you know Mark Rober? They go, no. Mark Rober, he has this accessibility to the wider audience of non-YouTube, non-internet savvy individuals. His content is accessible to a high degree.
Yeah.
And it is so well cultivated. I mean, what he does, like when he creates the robot that places all the dominoes.
Yeah.
It's aesthetically, visually so pleasing. But what that means is he spent months.
Why are you pausing it?
Because I don't know.
Because you want to watch it?
I want to watch it.
And you're like,
should that not be a good degree of these YouTubers when I want to watch it? I've seen all of that.
This is the collaboration with Mr. Beast.
With Mr. Beast.
This next one is going to be where
Team C's.
Yeah, this is going to be the... I don't know that Team C's did it as well as Team Trees did. Did it?
It did.
Did it do as well?
But they wanted... It didn't do as well because it didn't pass the goal so easily.
It's not as cool as
Team Trees was like 10 million.
Yeah.
Team C's was like 30 million.
Did they make it?
And I think they might have made it. But
I never saw post-celebration is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Why is Mr. Beast not on our list? Let's acknowledge that for a second.
Because
I think
stuff. So We both do.
Yeah,
and that's
everyone
because
in the world
he
does.
is effective as a YouTuber. But here's the thing: is you were talking about an earlier YouTuber. I can't remember who it was, where you said you got fatigued by it.
I did,
and I feel that way about Mr. Beast. And I feel like number one, that's a fair critique. It also means that even though I'm fatigued by it,
you still watch everything.
I still watch
everything he does. I don't want to love Mr. Beast.
He knows how it works.
It's like he already knows that I love him, and he doesn't need me to.
It's like he created YouTube.
You know, all he ever wanted to do with his life was become a great YouTuber.
I mean, the interview that I assume you're going back to is Colin and Samir, which is make the best video possible.
Yeah,
make the best.
It
video
makes me
possible.
think that
make
I should be. It makes me think I should be giving away thousands of dollars a month.
We don't have that.
If I had no income, I would have that.
Yes. Too bad you need to support you and Shira.
Do you think Shira can starve off of saltines?
Depends on how many saltines there are.
She's timestamping this, and I already owe her one full yes day.
I saw that in her literal notes in the office. It says, my yes day.
Yes. So the last video we did was 4 hours long.
I have a question. I know what a yes day is, but I feel like everybody has their own version of a yes day. So for you and Shira, what's a yes day?
A yes day means a week beforehand she says, Thursday's my yes day.
What happens that day? How absurd does it get? To what degree does it get absurd?
It could be as neutral as we're waking up, I'm cooking for her, having breakfast, going on a long bike ride, coming back, watching a movie, playing a board game that's her favorite.
That's not a bad yes day.
I'm saying it could be as little as that, or it
How
could
bad
be,
does it get?
Or it could be there's two different options that I could theorize. We're driving to Florida tonight. The yes day is 24 hours long, and we're going to Busch Gardens today. That could be an option. Yep.
In a day?
Yeah. Yes day could be, considering you're 16 hours away from me, the yes day could be you're taking me to Devon's. That could be a yes day, especially now that I've mentioned it, because she wants to meet your wife, Amber, who I've heard is an amazing woman.
Amber's great.
Can we take 5 seconds to just acknowledge Amber?
I fucking love Amber.
Okay. Amber, for the record,
Amber's amazing.
Is an amazing mother.
Amber's so good.
An amazing doctor. She's a loyal pet owner to the hamster that she's going to be getting. And honestly, beautiful beyond compare, which is something I would never say because she's married to a very handsome gentleman who loves her very much.
That's the first time you've ever called me handsome.
I know. And your wife, beautiful. It's both. Stop it. Nope.
Sorry, what were you saying?
I was saying, can I have the hamster?
Oh! I didn't think you would do it so quickly.
Okay. What we were saying, I didn't really want the hamster.
I know you didn't, but I felt like I had to give it to you after you slapped the shit out of me.
Yeah, that's right. I missed most of them. It should have been too solid. It should have been too solid. The other extent of the yes day could be she wants to like drive out to the Appalachian Trail or something adjacent to that and go on like a 4 or 5 hour hike.
Okay.
So like reasonable but good.
Yeah.
I forgot what we were talking about.
You owe her 1.5 by now because of this video?
What were we talking about when it comes to timestamps for her?
The last video?
I don't know.
You're up.
At this point.
I did Mark Roger. You have one. Mark Roger.
I have one. So, if you've noticed,
Rober.
What's the one category that I said I had that I have not included yet?
I don't think you actually said that out loud to me.
You've had multiple of this category.
Food.
And I said I had one.
Video games. Video games. Video games. Video games. Oh, you mentioned him. I've never heard of this person.
13 million subscribers. Devon, be quiet for a moment. Hey guys, I just want to thank you so much for being here. Honestly, it just means the absolute most to me. It's mind-blowing, that I'm able to like play through these games. And honestly, if you hit that like button down below, I'll just do as much as I can. I'll put out, I am ready to just put out all of the gameplay videos. I will play for the next 16 hours straight. If you hit that like button, if this video blows up, I will put out so many of these constantly. And honestly, I just want to thank you one more time for being here. And I would just like leave a comment down below. Where do you come from? Like, who's watching these videos? I just want to know like where you hail from in the world. I gotta be honest, it's just mind-blowing to me. I'm just so constantly grateful for you all being here. I know I haven't improved at video games for the past 10 years of playing them, but I've got to be honest, I just want to thank you all once again for being here. It's just absolutely remarkable that you all watch me. I'm just so grateful. Every video!
But you adore him.
I love him. If I'm watching any gameplay video, I watch theRadBrad. Here's why.
Full
playthroughs.
I know, but how wide is his access of what he plays?
Oh, dude, like full playthroughs of all the big titles.
Does he like Rainbow Six Siege?
Let's go to playlists.
Does he like Rainbow Six Siege?
I'm sure he does. So Dying Light, Elder Ring, Halo,
Cyberpunk.
Resident Evil, Cyberpunk, Spider-Man.
Spider-Man, God of War. So he's a PS4 man.
Yeah,
He's a PlayStation boy.
He does PC as well. He's old.
It doesn't matter. He does his PlayStation, which is the best.
Okay. You're excited about that. I don't need to caveat it. theRadBrad is one of the best video game content creators for two reasons, Devon.
Talk about it.
Well, he shows the gameplay and really just enjoys experiencing it. And
Miles Morales, Ghost of Tsushima, Last of Us 2.
And I really do feel like he's grateful to the audience that he has. He never stops acknowledging us. But then on top of that, he leaves room for narrative. When a voiceover is happening, when a story's happening, when he needs to explore the level, guess what theRadBrad does? He steps back a little bit, and he lets the game speak for itself. He never shows his face, as far as I'm aware. He just always does straight playthroughs of awesome video games with commentary over the entire thing, and he means it. If you hit the thumbs up button on his video, and it blows out of the water, the next day, like 7 of the video come out. Like, it just, like... He
pays attention to that.
He really, really does his due diligence when it comes to being good to his audience and putting out gameplay content. I cannot imagine the amount of work he puts in as a video game content creator. And everyone's like, oh, I'd love to be a video game content creator. This dude, like, straps himself to a chair for, like, 13 hours straight playing games.
That's a lot.
He's really good at what he does. And I super appreciate it. If I'm looking for video game content, theRadBrad's the first place I go.
That's crazy. I have never heard of this person.
13 million. Insane, right? It's weird because my list
Whoa. That just showed Valkyrie from Six Siege. Where were you just at? Where was that?
I mean, we have to go back to... So what we do is, like, go back to theRadBrad.
That showed Valkyrie from Six Siege.
I mean, it was like, I did this, and then I subbed down, and then... I don't know.
It's like my favorite game.
I don't know what to tell you, buddy. theRadBrad. theRadBrad is my number, like, highest. The weird thing is my YouTube content creators started way lower than yours.
And higher.
And way higher than yours, which means
ended higher.
I'm a bigger fan of YouTube.
You have a better spectrum.
I'm a bigger fan of YouTube.
Fuck yourself.
Just across the board. Can I do my 4 added things?
No, it was right there at the bottom.
Got it. Okay.
Thank 4 added? You had one higher. You had one higher above Brad.
No one's higher than Brad. No one's higher than Brad.
You had 2.
No.
You had another. I did Mark Rober. I did Mark Rober. Okay.
Okay. So, audience, at this point, you're welcome to click off. Thank you so much for watching. Your commitment to our buffoonery is over. We have 4 more that I've thought of during the course of this video that I think are worth talking about.
2 of which I think are overlaps.
2 of which are going to be overlaps. But I think it's worthwhile. You see that block?
It was just me holding your hand. Oh, how dare you do that to yourself?
Okay, let me do this one. You mentioned Mark Rober because Mark Rober just had a YouTube series. Stop, please.
Stop what?
I don't want to break my thumb on stream, and I'll go for it.
You'll go for it.
I would bend my thumb so drastically that it would break.
Still hard.
Can you leave it? No, this one's soft all the time.
No, you said that one was soft.
No, this one's hard all the time.
False.
No.
Go back through the footage. You said this one was hard, that one was soft.
I did not. I know for a fact how my nipples work.
You have to be with me on this. He said this one was hard and this one was soft.
The one with the freckle on it is always hard, and the one without the freckle is always soft.
You did that wrong earlier.
You're drunk.
This is one of those things where I go to pee and you say, Darren's drunk, I'm pretending.
Do you need to pee? So, Pleasant Green, standing at 850,000 subscribers.
Who is this?
Okay, so Mark Rober just did this series.
Oh, this is an anti-scammer. What's that? What was wrong with me yawning?
Mark Rober just did this series where he went into scammed facilities out in India and basically gave them their due diligence, right? Like got some people arrested, released bees in them, like they steal millions of dollars from old people every year. Pleasant Green is the original scam channel. He follows them down to the roots. He knows how to trace their IPs. He'll call them out for being in like Nigeria constantly. Like a lot of scammers come from like Central Africa or whatever. Pleasant Green is just the go-to if you like anti-scam type content. He's been hired by scam companies to like work for them and then trace how they were scamming. Like, be careful with free online rewards, destroying a scammer's operation. A scammer hired me to work for him, going after the Amazon Prime Video scammers. Scammers can't get his chicken to be quiet. Whatever happened to... So here's the other cool thing. This story is he found a scammer who was a African-American woman, not an African-American woman, a African woman who lived in Nigeria, who was working for a scam company, and he started having a conversation with her. And he found out that she was just trying to earn money to get medical treatment for a sickness she had, and Nigeria didn't have the funding to do it. And he encouraged her to stop scamming and to work with him. And she took photos and then drew an art book and wrote a story about herself to raise the funds from his channel to pay for her to fly to America to get medical treatment for the thing that she was trying to fix. And it's worked. And this is an update where he is following up with her. She is going to be coming over to America now that the pandemic's over. Like, he is a combination of genuine...
I'm going to get stuff to make more old fashions.
No, you're not. You're going to pee.
Well, they didn't know that.
They did know that. Your old fashioned's still there and all the stuff is here.
They didn't know that until you said that.
Pleasant Green is just a remarkably good guy. While he's gone, I'm going to try to cover one of these.
Don't do the one that we have a crossover. Do the other one.
So, Black Opal Direct. Black Opal Direct, standing at 176,000 subscribers, is a Australian opal grinding company. And they do the most mesmerizing and captivating videos around the art of opal craftery. And opal is, by the way, my favorite gemstone. Like, if I was ever going to like purchase an engagement ring or anything like that, it would hands down be an opal. Opals, my mother loved opals. I remember her like having an opal ring when I was younger, and I found it really beautiful. But opals are these fascinating stones that start off on these like iron deposits full of silica water deposits that just crystallize in. And they're one of the only stones that have a refractory principle where light shines through them, and instead of being a gem full of like similar silica molecules, instead light shines through opal in various different wavelengths and creates this stunning atmosphere. And if you're familiar with opals because of the commercialized opal market, honestly, that is not a good example of what opals are, because the commercialized market makes very similar style clear or white based opals. The opals that come out of Australia are stunning, and I mean stunning to another degree. They're absolutely amazing. He has a video here about his best opals, and I wish I could pull it up. Like something like this. Take a look at just how absolutely beautiful that is. So many different color hues, ranging from blues and greens, which are the most common, all the way up to reds and yellows and golds, which are the rarest in the spectrum. And like I said, if I was ever going to invest in or purchase a ring, like this would be what I would end up using or doing. And so Black Opal Direct just does entertaining, engaging videos where they're grinding down the stone, showcasing the beauty, talking about the art of creation, and just displaying again, what I think is the most beautiful gemstone of all that exists. Along with that, did you know that opals are about 100 times more rare than diamonds? The diamond market is a racket that's tricking you into spending money on a hard gemstone. Opals are, they're sometimes cheaper, but oftentimes a good quality opal is shockingly more valuable than any diamond you've ever came across. This is Black Opal Direct. I just got done talking to them about that.
Okay.
Where'd you get an avocado?
From the fridge.
Can I have a little bit?
You want some?
I would like a little bit.
Yeah. Here. Here you go, man. It's so
It
good.
needs salt.
It's so good.
Wow.
It's so good, right?
Oh.
That's good, right?
Did you pee?
Yeah. And then I went to go get the avocado.
This is a really cool channel. You're not interested in it?
Black Opal?
Yeah.
What do they do?
They grind opals.
They grind them?
Well, they take, you see this? They take that and they make it look like this.
Damn. That looks really good.
What's your favorite gemstone?
My favorite gemstone?
Yeah.
That's difficult. Probably either like a ruby or a topaz.
Opals. I love opals.
I know you do. I mean, I heard you talking about it while I was out there.
I love opals.
Are we doing our joint one?
Well, we got 2 more joint ones left, and then the
Two
video's
more joint
over.
ones?
Yeah. You remember this one. I whispered this one in your ear. Can we talk
I
about
do the
this
thing?
one? No.
Talk Taskmaster is so good.
Talk about this for a little bit. Because this isn't even a YouTube channel. They just happen to do things on YouTube.
So Taskmaster is a British comedy sketch.
They tried it in the United States and it failed.
It's like a competition show. And what it is there's this British comedian and his friend. Like, this is actually a comedian, and you can watch his specials.
So little Alex Horn is actually the creator of the show.
Oh,
Did you
he
know
is?
that? Yeah. So he's actually like the owner, director, creator, mastermind behind it. And he plays the subservient role on the show.
That's fantastic.
It's great. Yeah. It's great.
And so what they do...
It's the funniest comedy show I've ever seen in my life, and I watch every episode, and in fact, I've subscribed to a VPN so that I can pretend like I'm in Canada, because Canada gets the episodes in full for free. And
Surfshark? What do you use? NordVPN?
I used Tunnel Bear originally.
Tunnel Bear?
Yeah.
Good old Tunnel Bear.
Yeah, good
I
old
think
Tunnel
Tunnel Bear has the best visual VPNs because, like...
I'm a storyteller. I see a bear digging a tunnel going in a hole. I'm in, man.
I'm in.
Surfshark?
So what Taskmaster does is it brings in these people, which are somewhat like low-level British celebrities and comedians and stuff, and they force them to enact or fulfill these tasks, to which...
Melt the ice as fast as possible.
There's some
Determine
degree
the
of
measure
stupidity.
of this rope. Build a bridge with Q-tips that's actually stable enough to carry the weight of an egg. And there's usually a twist. Like a way you could figure out how to do it that is reasonable and rational, and no one
does that.
Because it doesn't, it's not clear that you should do that
In the video, yeah.
originally. Like, it just, if you were doing it yourself, you'd also screw up.
Yeah.
It's the funniest comedy show I've ever seen.
It's really, really good. It's really good. It kind of reminds me of a comedic version of The Genius, which is a South Korean YouTube show.
I'm here with my special guest, Little Alex Horn. I like pretending, like I like doing call-outs that people that watch the show know.
Yeah.
Because it shows that you know the show.
If you know,
you know. I think it's cute that Beanie Babies send their tags in plastic seal.
What is the TY for? Why is TY?
Don't open that. It's collectible.
It's always been open.
No. Close it.
It was loose to begin with.
I was just acknowledging.
Give it to me.
So like, Beanie Babies were one of the biggest like collectible scam things ever. Mm-hmm. And now they still sell them, like they sell them with a plastic thing as if it's like, I need to save the tag just in case in a year or two this is worth $100,000. You know that's what they're doing.
Oh.
That's why they put the little plastic tab on the ear. Because they're like, one day, maybe this Beanie Baby will be worth $300, and I paid $20 for it.
How much did you pay for it?
$20, I just said that.
How much do you think it could be worth?
Probably $60. It's a hamster, and it's now owned by Devon Tabletop. You're never going to sell it, though. Just like you're never going to get rid of the hamster I'm getting you. Last video.
Last channel?
Yeah.
For you?
Do you have another one?
No.
Yeah,
this is a crossover.
3
Oh my goodness.
million subscribers.
That's pretty
and
average.
I
still haven't watched
seen
that last
this
one.
last video.
You haven't either?
Or the one before that.
I haven't either.
I have seen the frogs keep drowning themselves in my pool.
Yeah.
I made a shark-proof wetsuit, however,
So,
sounds like a video I need to watch immediately.
I did a thing, is the brainchild of an Australian content creator who decided...
He's very irreverent.
Who decided, what if I made batshit insane stuff?
Like a
tested
lawnmower that works as a Beyblade.
Like, what if I did stuff that if I didn't have safety equipment on, would be the dumbest decision for me to create?
Like, for instance, if I wanted to chop down a tree, what if I did that with the tree itself? You heard me right. I take the wood from the tree, create an axe to chop down the rest of the tree.
Yes. Or what if I created a backyard swimming pool by only using grenades to set up? Like, that's the kind of shit he does.
What if I created a catapult to solve the problem of frogs drowning themselves in my pool by launching them 20 feet over my neighbor's fence?
Do they land like cats?
That's a good question.
And so I did a thing, is somebody who prioritizes the question of, what if I did a thing? And he does that thing, and it's usually absurd.
He did a thing.
I mean, what level is he at?
I'm sorry, I was watching that. 3 million. I'm still kind of watching that.
Are you watching that?
Well, I currently was. The reason I thought of him is because he does... Stop it.
He does absurd shit.
No, he doesn't show his face as much, like you were talking about with Binging with Babish.
Fair.
Yeah.
But it's not like a framing intentional choice. It's like he simply is making stuff, and that's not the angle he's focusing on. Babish actually cuts out his face.
Yeah.
Not cuts out, but frames out his face.
Is that the video?
What?
Is that the whole video? Are we done?
This?
Yeah.
At 3 hours, I think we're probably doing okay.
It's less than the other one.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
But we went through 250 Kickstarter things.
Face me.
Are we doing slap stuff? We need to, because I need to wake up. For the end of the video, I need to wake up.
So here's my thought.
I would like to preface.
Here's my thought.
The last time we did this, we had no understanding of stuff that was happening at the same time.
Here's my thought.
Yeah?
We start soft. And we
ourselves?
And we just see where it takes us.
So the question is, we start soft.
Yeah.
But between the last time we did this and this time that we did this, we played QE.
I want to acknowledge... I have multiple broken teeth.
We played QE. Oh, fuck, we did play QE, didn't we? Because the question is, when you do $1, if I do $1 trillion, it's just like... it's just like QE, man. I was like, I did $1 billion. Are you going to do $1 trillion? You have to do $1 trillion, right? You have to do $1 trillion. What? That game ruined me. Oh! I didn't even know it was coming. I didn't even know it was coming. I thought you were going to give me at least a second. I thought you were going to give me a second, man. It's just like, it was, that was in my eyes. I mean, thank God it's sterile because it's alcohol. Dude, that was in my eyes. I was all over my face. But I still slapped you harder, so I slapped you, and you spit on me. But it's still your turn. It's still your turn.
I really love the idea of those like Russian slap videos where it's just
I thought
like
that'd be the end of it, then you've just carried it through.
No.
I thought that was going to be a really funny...
That's the intermission. That's the intermission.
Was that funny or was that offensive?
That was amazing. I'm so happy that
Did we have that type of relationship or was that too much?
100% you can spit on
Did
me.
it get in your eyes? I feel a little guilty
It actually
about that.
did, and I'm happy about all of it.
Is it okay? Are you awake?
No, I'm so awake right now.
Do you need to go wash off? Oh no, you got me and I missed!
Yeah, I mean, you kind of got me. You got me like a blank. But I mean, to be fair, you spit on me. Oh, that was neck.
Well, your hand was in
That was neck. That hurt way more than the face.
What am I supposed to do about this?
That hurt way more than the face. The neck was so soft.
I feel bad for the people that have stopped watching.
That they missed this.
They didn't make it here.
That neck hit was the most sensitive slap you've ever done on my face.
Because it was I meant it. I said it with love.
You spit in my eyes.
It was really funny.
It was a full spit, dude.
I'm gonna make that a short.
Please.
Yeah.
Please.
It was worth it.
Okay.
I do
It
feel
still stings.
I thought it'd be really funny, but I do feel a little bad about it.
No, it was the best it
If
could
you
be.
break a tooth, this will be the best version of it.
Why are we breaking teeth?
I have 3 already that are broken.
From slaps?
No, from gummies. I've broken 2 teeth while filming Quackalope videos.
No. Since I've known you or previous?
Previous.
In DC?
I'll show you the video. You'll see me end it quickly.
Really? Mm-hmm. Did you break both of them in that one?
I was chewing on my gum, and it had a filling next to it, just with my side of my cheek.
You
And I
chewed into the cheek?
No, I was just chewing on my gum, like chewing on the side, right?
Like into the skin?
Do you have flaps? Do you have flaps on the side of your mouth?
What do you mean flaps?
Okay. So I have a little flap.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So you see how I'm writing that?
That?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
That's a little flap.
Okay.
So I have little flaps on the side of my mouth, like little blood vessels that are there. And so I was chewing on that, and this tooth right here, it broke. And
the tooth broke.
So it was next to a filling. So it had been weakened already, and
the filling was in that particular tooth.
Yeah. And so it just collapsed while I was chewing on the side of my gum. And I'm in the middle of a root video.
That was really cool. I saw your face at the bottom of
So I was in the middle of a root video. My tooth broke while filming the video. You see my persona like my heart just drops.
Yeah.
And we get to the final thoughts of the video.
Yeah.
And I just wrap it up really quickly.
I watch a root, thanks.
I'll literally try to find it and show you.
Yeah.
And then at the after the cut, right after the sign off, I turn to them and I go, I just broke my fucking tooth.
And that happened more than once? You've done that twice?
So that was one when I was chewing my gum, and the other time I was eating gummies, and it was right before we were filming, and I was just chewing on gummies, and a crown popped off.
A full crown?
A full crown just popped off. And then we filmed the video, and then I went to a dentist, and I said, I need you to glue this back on. And he said, I'm not sure I can do that. And I said, I don't have insurance. I need you to glue this back on. And he said, yeah, okay. And he put some glue on it and just put it back on.
Is it still to this day back on?
This one is. The other one, I have 2 crowns. The other one I'm pretty sure wants to pop off because it hurts. But I'm avoiding chewing.
Over here?
Yeah, I'm avoiding chewing.
So this stuff broke off. So wait,
I'm avoiding chewing.
Is it you pointed pretty close? Is it like an incisor or close
It's right
to
here.
it?
Right here. Yeah. I'm avoiding chewing on this side of my mouth because I'm worried the crown's...
For how long?
A year.
You've chewed on one side of your mouth for a year.
Uh-huh. I'm worried the crown's going to pop off on that side.
Where?
This side. Right, crown. Right there. That crown.
Okay.
Yeah. But in the
Because of that
process...
side?
Yeah, in the process
And
of
you're
chewing...
like, that side is going to come off.
Yeah, that side will come off. Do you see, I broke that one recently.
The one that is like brown or gray?
Well, it's a iron filling. It's a lead filling or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. But we just, Shira's brother just graduated as dentist.
Yeah. Are you going to lean in on that?
Yeah, he said I could come visit him.
And do stuff?
And fix stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be
Why
great.
don't you? Oh, shit!
Left hand! Fuck! You forget that was a thing?
Oh my god! My ear's ringing.
Did you forget that was a thing?
My ear's ringing.
That was a perfect slap.
That was the best one we've done on the channel.
I'm really scared now. That was too good. Because now you're going to just punch me. It wasn't even in your ear.
No.
It was a perfect cheek slap.
That was... I can't be upset with that.
No. But you can kind of.
I can't.
I feel really
I
bad.
objectively can't be
I'm a
upset
little
with that.
concerned.
No, that was amazing. It's still ringing.
I'm so sorry.
No, don't apologize.
Do you need a kiss?
Would you?
I would.
Right now.
You want a cheek kiss?
You would. How close?
To the ear?
To the mouth. That was like 50-50. It's what.
I'm not mouth kissing
It was
you.
closer to the ear.
You got hemorrhoids.
I love how you. What?
Yeah, I know.
What?
It's a thing.
No.
You don't have hemorrhoids?
No.
I could have sworn you did.
Amber does.
Oh, okay. It's not private.
It's not anymore.
We spent all video complimenting her.
She's amazing. Amber is the most perfect wife I could ever ask for. I love her to death. We met in high school, and I never regret a moment that I've ever spent with her. She is my person. And I'm a rational individual. I'm not an emotionally leading person, but she is pretty much as close as you can get to convincing me that you have soulmates without me feeling that, because I'm not that kind of person.
That's cool,
sentimental wise.
That's super cool.
Like, she's fucking amazing. I love her. But yeah, hemorrhoids. You slapped the goddamn fuck out of me. That was the strongest slap, the most perfectly positioned slap, to the point to where my ear is still like, do I need to hear anymore?
I feel really bad. I got a
No, it was so good.
I just purchased an electronic ear cleaner.
Wait, no. Did you get that thing? Oh, please don't tell me you got that thing.
It's an electronic one.
Is it the one that like...
Your camera, it's a
Oh,
camera.
you got that one?
I did, yeah.
Is it here?
Here.
Is it here?
Oh, yes.
What's the name of it? Is it the one that like has a wand and has a camera and completely cleans out everything?
I ordered it off of Amazon, but yes.
Show me the name.
It's downstairs. I don't know.
Oh, is it the thing on the shoe thing?
Yeah.
I think I'm excited about that.
So it shows you.
You slapped me so well, I'm done with slaps.
Are you?
Like, you won slaps for the night.
I can take that.
You fucking destroyed me. I do not feel like...
Can I tell you a story
It's
that
not
relates to
honorable
this?
for me to continue.
It was a good slap, and it was left-handed. Which is not
Good slap is disparaging to what it was. It was an amazing slap.
Can I tell you a story that relates to this?
To the slap or to the ear?
My best friend, who did most of my tattoos in college.
Show me the tattoos he did.
He did, all of these. All of those.
Oh, so he actually can do art.
Yeah. This peacock that wraps around my arm.
What is all this
He did all
stuff?
of these.
What is all of that? Is that actual Greek?
All of that's Greek.
What is the Greek?
If I speak in the tongue of men and angels and have not love, I am only a resounding gong or a clanging cymbal. If I have the gift of prophecy and can fathom all mysteries and all knowledge, but have not love, I am nothing. If I give all I possess to the poor and surrender my body to flame, but have not love, I gain nothing. Love is patient, love is kind, it does not envy, it does not boast, it is not
Is
proud.
that Galatians? I think it's... Is it
not
Ephesians?
Galatians.
It's not Galatians or Ephesians? Which one is
Corinthians 13.
Corinthians is the passage about love like that?
Yeah. It's all in Greek.
Now I want to look at it.
When I took a 150-day vow of silence when I was in high school, it was the first thing that I said after I started talking again.
You didn't talk for half a year?
Yeah, when I was about 15.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
At school?
I told my teachers I had a whiteboard that some gave me.
That's so fucking cool.
Thank you. No one said that to me before.
Why?
Because it was really weird and...
No, it's not weird. That's
my
so
friend's
fucking cool.
mom told...
Why is that weird to do that?
One of my best friend's moms told her children that if I committed suicide that year, they should expect it.
What?
Yeah, well...
Age-wise, when did your mom die?
12. And then I went hiking on the Appalachian Trail. We hiked about 1,200 miles on the Appalachian Trail. I skipped most of 8th grade. And then I re-enrolled in 9th grade, and I took a 150-day vow of silence.
So 3.5 years later?
About 2.5 years, yeah.
2.5? That's really shitty. Not what you did, but the parent.
She was my mom's nurse. That's how we became friends.
I don't care.
Yeah, she was insane. She worked night shift as a nurse.
As someone who has kids, that's really shitty.
She'd worked night shift as a nurse in the cancer ward for about 15 years, with her husband providing nothing, and so she was a little frazzled.
Doesn't matter.
It breaks someone down, though.
It does.
Yeah.
Doesn't excuse. You get it. You can understand why someone does stuff. I don't know. I talked about this with Alex today. And this is something that I think you and him instinctively do better than me, is you guys are like, X person does Y, and Y is really shitty, but I still accept the fact that X person is a human, and I'm going to give them compassion or sympathy for themselves as humans, even though they do actions.
I've told you about one weakness. Like, the one thing I've discovered over the last few years is that if I feel like I've disappointed someone,
cut off.
I just become irrational, and I don't know quite how to manage it. I mean, the way I manage it is by understanding it and talking to people about it. But like, if I feel like I've disappointed someone, I just am willing to burn my life down and theirs.
My thing is I think that as a human, as a religious person who holds certain morals more valuable than others or whatever, I think that I should become a better person and give forgiveness more often. But if someone perpetuates a certain behavior or perpetuates a certain mannerism that is toxic or negative towards other people, I am very quick to just be like, no.
Do you have any significant problems with me?
With you?
Other than my disorganization. That's acknowledged.
In all capacities?
I don't know.
I
like introspective things.
So I would say that you and Alex operate socially different than me.
Yeah.
And I would say that you guys approach relationships differently than me. No. I would say that no, you guys are so different.
Because he's super closed off and I'm super vulnerable. But it kind of creates the same result. He
closes himself off in a protective manner.
I'm saying it kind of creates the same result.
You distance yourself from a protective.
But I make myself vulnerable in a defensive manner.
You guys both do stuff that I don't instinctually do.
Yeah.
And that is both good and bad.
Yeah.
From my perspective, it's good and bad for me.
But you're awesome. We've had this conversation.
You're doing the same.
I'm not.
You're doing the compliment thing.
No, I'm not. We've had this conversation before. Do you remember the crokinole conversation we had?
We had that for a long time.
No.
That was a long conversation.
Yeah, but do you remember that?
Wide range.
Do you remember that?
I remember most of it, but I don't remember the fact that you were just saying you're awesome.
No. That conversation still exists in our history. So while I understand we're on camera, I want you to understand that I am speaking as if we have a history together.
We do.
And I think you're incredible. For a lot of context that the audience doesn't have.
That. Oh, I do remember most of that conversation, yes. But I would say that from my perspective, I think that me, you, and Alex all operate from completely different backgrounds and then choose things socially that you and Alex do stuff that I wouldn't instinctually do. But I also think that you and Alex have a certain level of objectivity and analysis of human behavior that aligns with what I assume to be what people should do rather than what they may choose to do. And I mean that in the sense that
I get hurt quicker than he does. I get hurt quicker than he does.
You get hurt quicker than I do as well.
Do I?
Yes, you do. You do. You get hurt easier. But I'll say this, like, you care more than me.
That's kind of cool, though.
Yeah, you care more than me. And I think that's a good thing. I don't think that's bad. Like, I think you care more than I do. And I am very much more like, I have a midway. I feel like I'm a midway point between you and Alex. I feel like the way that you two operate socially, I kind of operate in a middle space, and I can agree with how both of you function, but I also can understand where each of you differ, and I'm like, I wouldn't do that. But like you get hurt more than me, but I also feel more than sometimes Alex does. And then I think you shut off quicker than me, but I think Alex protects himself too quickly more than I would. And all of that is from that's not like a objective analysis of how you are as people. That's a subjective perception of where I am. I'm in between you two, and so I feel a certain way about how each of you function. But yeah, no, I think I can learn a lot from both of you while also I don't know. I mean, we all have such different experiences.
I think I can feel the same, though. Like, I can learn how to be a partner, how to be caregiving, how to be a husband, how to be a father. Like, there's so many things. Like, I'm going to be honest. Like, in terms of the roster of people I have, if I was going to call anyone around a challenge in communication with my 2 or 3 or 7-year-old, I would call you for advice first. I just would.
Thank you.
I just would. I don't know of anyone that's been as diligent, as purposeful, and as impressive as you have been in your life.
I appreciate that.
With being...
That's hard for me to deal with. I don't like compliments.
I know you don't. But really, I just don't... I do not know anyone who I would trust their advice more when it came to that one thing.
Than
and
Amber.
That thing is so valuable. Amber is great. Amber's great in a lot of ways. I don't know her.
She helps me a lot.
I understand. And I understand that your advice would come in collaboration with her, but I'm not going to call her before I call you.
That's fair. You don't have her phone number.
Well, Shira might eventually.
Shira might.
Well, the relationship between men and women is also different.
That's fair. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. I need to stop being silly.
As a hopefully father and masculine individual and good role model, I would turn to you for advice. You know, because you'd give that version, that side of things.
Yeah.
So
I appreciate that.
I think Shira thinks the same thing, honestly.
I appreciate that.
About you, not about Amber. She's never met her.
Amber's okay.
Just
Amber's
all right.
amazing.
Just a solid 7.
I wouldn't be here without her.
Would any of your children?
She definitely birthed
Contributed.
2 of the 3 of them. So, no, I definitely appreciate that. And I think that is something that is special, is the ability to recognize where one's own limitations exist. And I really do think that children have made me better. My kids, all 3 of them. Did you see that?
It's right there.
Okay.
The weird part about content creation that I don't think some people acknowledge or
Where are we at right now?
understand.
320.
So the weird part about content creation that I don't think some people acknowledge or understand is that I started this at a stage in my life. Mm-hmm. I mean, I started this at a really hard stage in my life. I started this entire journey at a stage where a 6-year-long relationship had finished. Mm-hmm. I was living at my dad's house, filming in the same room I was sleeping in, sleeping on a couch.
Have you ever talked with her?
Jocelyn?
Yeah.
Oh,
Since then?
I probably shouldn't. Yeah, I'm actually hoping to go to her doctoral graduation this summer.
That's who you were talking about?
Yeah.
You didn't narratively connect those for me.
No, so
That hit the camera.
We have had a really interesting and
complex
journey and relationship, and I mean, Jocelyn's incredible. Only English speaker in our family, from Bolivia originally. Mm-hmm. Got a scholarship, like learned English on her own in the course of 2 years. Got a scholarship to the United States. Came for her bachelor's degree. Is about to graduate with a psychology degree from Georgetown University in D.C.
Georgetown.
Yeah.
Shit.
And through the process of that, in the middle of her doctoral program, our 6-year-long relationship, which was supposed to be the thing, came to a halt. both of us were dicks to each other.
Yeah.
And like, as a 6-year-old, like, no, it's not easy for anyone when a long-term relationship comes to an end. And she's about to graduate. Like, she dealt with depression and suicidal thoughts and stress and so I'm super excited and proud for where she is, and I'm grateful that I didn't fuck things up for her along the way.
That's awesome.
And so yeah, and honestly, based off her Facebook posts and stuff, it looks like she's in a super happy and cheerful relationship right now, which I am as well, and I'm glad for that as well.
With me?
Yeah. But no, so I started this channel 3.5 years ago or 3 years ago. Is some of that for me?
Yeah.
Or are you just mixing it?
No, it's for you.
You want me to drink more?
Yeah.
It's very aggressive.
What? You have poured yours into mine 3 times tonight.
I started this channel, though. The thing I was trying to say is some people don't acknowledge the fact that I started this channel. Listen to me for a second. I'm still trying to get the point out. At a very different point to where I am now.
Yeah.
I'm 29 years old now.
I'm with you. Sorry.
I'm 29 years old now. And I started this channel when I was 20.
When you turn 30? Because I turned 30 in May. I know you're like a half year.
Yeah.
Is it September, October?
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable about it.
With your birthday?
January 4th.
Why is that uncomfortable?
No, turning 30.
You're uncomfortable with turning 30?
I should be a lot more successful than I am.
Why? Okay, so here's something that happened. This happened with my brother and other people. Why is 30 the marker?
It's just another number. You're no longer 20.
Thanks. Yeah. You're no longer 20 when you're 21. So...
You are still 20.
You're in your 20s?
Yeah.
Why is 30 the marker for success? Who gives a fucking shit about that?
She feels old.
Like, I have a question.
My parents had a 6-year-old when they were 30. That was
Stop talking. If you're 45 and you decide at 46, I'm going to pursue what I actually care about in my life.
I understand.
Why does 30 matter?
No, I understand it doesn't matter. But it does feel different.
It feels like a significant change.
It feels like a shift.
I don't know.
And I'm not saying I will just keep forgetting and ignoring how old I am. But there's a difference between telling someone like, hey, I'm working on a YouTube channel about board games. I'm 27 years old. And, hey, I'm working on a YouTube channel about board games. I'm 32 years old. There's a difference there.
Why?
Because you can pursue your dreams when you're in your 20s. And when you're in your 30s...
No.
Stop.
Fucking bullshit.
Stop. In your 20s, in our culture today, there's room to wiggle. And there's room to not have an established family. In my 30s, I hope by the time I'm 32, I have a child. And a child means another degree of responsibility that I have to take ownership of. Like, that's just the reality.
Do I get to be Uncle Devon?
Yeah, I hope so.
I get to be Uncle Devon?
I certainly hope so. I'm ruining your child as much as possible.
Can I give him a VR at the age of 2?
Give him a hamster if you'd like. Or a chicken.
I can give your kid a chicken.
I'll take care of whatever animals
Sheer is going to kill you if I can give your kid a chicken at the age of 2.
You don't think I'll keep a chicken?
At the age of 2? Here? Where would you keep the chicken here? Are you going to build a coop in the back?
Yeah.
If you keep a coop, I would eat crow.
Do you doubt me?
I almost don't, but I doubt Sheer's ability to deal with you.
She likes chickens.
Free range, like home in the backyard chickens.
I'll YouTube it. It'll be a business expense.
It'll be Grand Goldshire Farms. What was it?
Goldshaw Farms.
Goldshire?
Goldshaw
Farms.
I like that. You're referencing the channel, the video we just did.
Yeah. The video this isn't part of the video? This better be the end of the video.
Are we ending?
No, I mean, like, this better be in the video,
what I was saying is, like,
latter portion.
I feel like at a certain point in life, and it's earlier for women and it's later for men, but you have to take ownership of the fact of whether or not you want to have a family. And for a lot of men, 30 to 37 is kind of that range. I know you can have children above that, but, like, you'll be a grandfather then. It's like 30 to in the generation I grew up in, 30 to like 38.
What is that? I'm not familiar with that generation.
I'm sorry, in the Bible Belt South that I grew up in,
I'm familiar with that.
I'm behind the curve on this. My sister has 3 children and she's 2 years younger than me. So for the record, so like 30 for me is where I have to start looking at my life and going, what is working? What is successful?
I think that...
And what stabilizes a family? Because if I want a family, I have to start.
I think that religious, cultural, and just gendered expectations are bullshit.
But they're also biological to a degree.
They're biological.
Like, for instance,
female.
Shira is 2 years younger than me.
She is.
And for her, if she wants 3 to 7 children...
7?
I don't know what she wants.
You want 7?
No, she wants 7.
She wants 7? Is she sure?
She's never had 1 yet, so we're going to wait for that to be the determining factor.
We'll see how G1 affects her.
See how 1 affects her. The reality is, by the time I'm 32, we should hopefully have a 1, maybe 1.5-year-old. That's a whole life change that I'm facing. A year from now, my life is different.
You're going to be like, oh, Devon, this is what you were talking about when you said, I need fucking sleep.
No.
Yes.
I won't be like that.
Yes.
No.
I mean, think about what I'm talking about. I wanted to slap you, but your last slap was so good. I genuinely cannot slap you. I don't feel
so hard.
I don't feel the ability and I don't feel like I can honestly slap you because the last one was so good. I want to end on that.
What we were doing.
Slapping me? You slapped the ever-loving fuck out of me.
My left hand did it well.
It was so good. It was a good slap.
I also full on you. That was great. That was a good video.
Is this not the same video? It has to be. It has to be.
I really like
the narrative cohesion of what we're doing.
I like the hamster.
What does that have to do with anything?
It's cute. I like cute things being around. They make me happy.
So what I'm saying is that
you tell me about it.
Stop accepting other people's definitions of what
Are you GaryVeeing
life is.
Me?
Huh?
You GaryVeeing me?
Yeah. You know what? Yeah. Fuck it. I'm gonna GaryVee you. Stop being a bitch to culture and just accept the goddamn life that you have.
Yeah.
And just stop apologizing.
I get that.
For whatever life you have, stop apologizing. It's your life. Deal with it.
I'm working on it.
Deal with it.
I'm 29.
It doesn't matter.
When I'm 32, I'll take responsibility. It's just...
You'll take responsibility when it comes.
The whole point of this conversation was the fact that I said a lot of people don't understand that I now today am a different...
I want more avocados.
No, I am a different person now than I was when I started the channel. And in 4 years, I'm going to
be very different.
And it's weird because you have these things that go online that just live with you.
Yeah.
And people think you're that. And then a year passes. I know, but a year passes and they're like, aren't you that? And you're not, like, you can't grow.
That's a lack of perspective.
Is it?
It is.
What did you just remind me of? That's a lack of perspective. That's Brain. The YouTube music video. The music video.
Nemo's?
No. The music video where the brain comes out and he's talking to the rapper.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What?
I don't know what you're talking about. Show me.
Let's see if I can find it.
Is it on there? Is that how you want it to look?
Something like that. It's not tipped right, though. Brain. Let's try this. Brain.
Is this appropriate that towards the end of the video we're just looking up another YouTube video?
Brain music video. It's got to be here somewhere. Little Dicky, pillow talking.
Little Dicky?
You've never watched?
You have Little Dicky on here? That's amazing.
Have you never watched this?
Not this one. I unless it's just, I don't remember the name of the song.
So, like, we can't actually play this because... Here,
do you need to turn down the volume?
Well, we can't play it because it'll get copyrighted.
Okay, well then, what if we do this?
Yeah.
What if you just cut, and then we watch it, and then you uncut?
Oh man, that's like a big commitment to people.
Is it?
Watching.
They just know at this point in the video they have to watch a video with us. So here, what we're gonna do, guys, is right now, if you're still here, 3 hours and 30 minutes later, currently, pull up on your phone
computer, whatever,
Yeah.
pillow talking by Little Dicky.
What if we just mute it for the time period? Is that too much mute?
And blur our faces?
Is it too much mute?
No.
No. I could get my Bluetooth headphones attached, and we could commentate over top of it. We can commentate. Let's do that.
Can they split?
Yeah, and then we can commentate.
It's not your big ones?
No.
It's just the AirPods?
Yeah.
Okay, go get them. They're right there, right?
Yep. I need to turn Bluetooth back on.
I can't even remember how far long ago it was where I talked about my last YouTuber. It wasn't even really Mark Rober. It was just Colinfurze.
Bluetooth.
I need the other one.
Yeah, you need that one.
And this is, which one? Facing, is it left?
Yep. Come on, connect.
How shitty do these feel after like an hour?
Huh?
AirPods.
I love them.
For longer than an hour.
Yeah, they were life-changing for me.
More so than the headphones?
Both of them.
This doesn't feel good.
I love them. Yeah, we're in. Okay, if you're watching now, pull up Little Dicky's Pillow Talk, or Pillow Talking.
Featuring Brain?
Yep.
Is Brain another rapper?
Let's just watch this together. Can I have your hamster butt?
Oh. That's like NSFW a little bit.
I mean, our channel up to this point has been.
This video is.
Okay, you're gonna love this. You've never seen this?
I can't see this contrast.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Just, yep. Boom.
Sweat.
Let me know what you're thinking. I didn't remember how much sex was in the beginning of this.
This is a lot of sex.
It's a lot of sex, yeah. Relatable, right? Do you get things like that, or you just like? It's just a personal thing. Nope.
Also, objectively,
Yeah.
I think it is a terrible choice to have a TV in the room. Amber and I will never do that.
No, we won't either.
I think
We
you
won't
should
either.
never have a TV in the
We
bedroom.
won't either. Keep watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or the living room.
Yeah.
We don't have that.
You'd be even in the office.
That's different. Do you fuck Thor? Do you fuck with Thor? The brain. The brain. The brain.
British. This is John C. Reilly. This video, no more Reggie.
We go hard on her.
We go hard on her. Why can't fruit be compared? Did you fight with the war?
Did you give a high five?
Praying of this shit.
Talking with a bitch. Ooh. I'm just Billo talking with a bitch. Ooh. Please don't neglect the pain.
Oh, this is my lip. A full pepperoni. I didn't want to be a part of it. That was amazing.
Was that a YouTube experience that you haven't had yet? But you should have?
I haven't had that. I've watched Little Dicky before. I've watched other videos.
Have you?
I haven't seen that
You've
one.
never seen that one? That's
I've
like
never
the one
seen that
he's the
one.
most famous for.
No, it's not.
I swear it is.
No, it's
Let's
not.
check here.
I mean,
Videos.
I think I like other songs of his, but he's probably the most famous for Earth, the more recent one.
Well, no. Music videos, 359 million on Earth.
Yeah.
Can I sort by... I can't sort here, can I?
Go back to the one you just watched. 359 million.
Yeah.
For Earth.
Yeah.
So now go music videos and do it based off of...
Pillow Talking.
It's the other one's got more.
Pillow Talking.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Earth is more popular.
Yeah.
I didn't like Earth.
Earth is not great. I agree with you. It's not
Yeah.
his best, but
Yeah.
it's the one that most people have seen.
Because what? People are like advertising?
It was animated and it was weird and people liked it and it
Wasn't
had
that weird,
it had Ariana
Pillow
Grande
Talking
and
is
other
like
people.
the classic, though.
So for
you're right.
me-
Ariana Grande carries it.
Yeah, so for me he had enough people on it. So Freaky
Do you think
Friday
people
was
watch
big
that
for
with
me.
us?
Save Dat Money is my favorite.
Do you think people watch that with us?
I think people watched it. No, it doesn't matter. If we just cut it, people cut it.
No, we're not cutting it. We just left that 10-minute segment in. You think we're cutting this?
What 10 segment?
The 10 minutes of us watching that video
That was
in.
10 minutes?
It was a 10-minute long video.
Did that much time pass?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Was that a good video or not?
It was good.
It was
I
good.
liked it. This is one of my favorite ones.
Okay.
Have you watched this one?
I'm not going to now.
No, you have to.
No. We just
We'll
did
do it
that.
later.
We
We'll
just
do it
did that.
later.
We'll do it later. We
We'll
just
do it
did one
later.
of those. That's the cool thing.
I'm going to watch it after this. I think this was a great video.
I mean, there's been moments.
It's been good moments.
There's
I
been
thought we hit deeper than we did on the Kickstarter one.
Did we?
I think we did.
I don't remember the Kickstarter one.
That one? Does that tell you that stuff's happening?
Yeah, it does. Sometimes. Only about 50% of the time. There you go.
That. Okay.
Oh, my case is almost dead. Look at that.
The case is almost dead. The AirPods
wow,
are fine.
AirPods are great.
So, I think we hit some good topics that did not get covered at all in the Kickstarter video and are more poignant.
You talking about my mom?
I'm talking about everything we talked
I thought
about.
that'd be funny.
I think your mom's hot. Is that too
Have you
much?
seen her?
No, not at all.
Do you want me to find a picture? I'll show you a picture of my mom. Let's check. Oh. 1 hour ago,
4:34.
Shira said the puppy needs to go out.
An hour ago?
We'll handle that soon.
We need to handle that now.
No, soon is the correct answer.
Ash needs...
Let me find a photo of my mom. Just because you brought that up.
You brought it up.
It's very weird that you thought that.
You said it was weird.
And let's see. Let's uploads, albums, profile pictures.
How are you all doing? Please tell me it's not actually 4:34.
Oh, it 100% is. So, where is a profile picture of... I think it was my cover photo that I did. Cover photo. So, this is a photo of my mom and my sister.
Wait, are you the youngest?
I'm the oldest.
You're the oldest?
Yeah.
Oh,
So that's my mom.
That's sweet. Sorry. I didn't know that was going to do that on your phone. It did it on there. I didn't know it was going to do it on there.
I dropped it. That's my mom.
How old is your... Do you have a relationship with your sister?
Yeah, I should have told you. She's 3 years younger than me and has 3 children.
That's not the same... That's not the answer to the question I asked. You just gave me information about her. You didn't answer the question.
I don't visit my sister as much. So, like, when my mom died, we split... Like, households got split up between the family to take care of both of us. Mm-hmm. So, I don't...
where's the current picture of your sister?
A current one on her own Facebook profile?
Let me see it.
Okay, I can go.
Because I don't know much about your sister. You don't talk. Yeah, you haven't talked to me about her.
I'm seeing if I can find any more pictures. I don't think I have any other pictures of my mom.
Than that one?
Yeah. Let's see here.
How deeply embedded is your memory of her at the age that you were at?
So...
Like, if you are thinking in your head, can you remember how she sounded, or do you remember how she was visually?
So I can remember elements of her atmosphere. I can remember things that she did for us.
Yeah.
And when I see a picture of her, I can remember how she looked.
Yeah.
I actually had a dream.
It's harder for you to hold that in your mind, though.
Yeah, I had a dream when I was like 17 or so. Because I have very visceral dreams. So I had a dream when I was 17 or so that I dreamed. 1 second, you're gonna get distracted. When I was like 17 or so, I dreamed that my mom had not died. Mm-hmm. That it was just like a complicated story around a divorce that my mom and dad had, and that she just like left us.
Okay.
Right. And so I dreamed that she came back in my life, and I met her again. And I could remember what she sounded like.
Okay.
And I have very visceral dreams. So I woke up from that dream, believing that story, that she had never died, and that I could remember what she sounded like.
Oh, wow.
And within about, 60 to 90 seconds of, like, being awake and starting to process and settle, like, I just started bursting out. Like, I just collapsed in tears.
Because you're like, that's
because
not true.
Because it wasn't true,
and
because
true.
I could remember her voice. I know we have recordings and tapes somewhere. My family was really weird about the death.
In a good way, bad way?
No. So my dad emancipated himself when he was 16 from his family. His father was abusive before going to Vietnam and then came home. And my dad is kind of a self-made man. He put himself in foster care, adopted his sister, married my mother at like 19, and lost his mother when he was about 16, and then lost his wife when he was about 32.
Wow.
And he is happy, and he is successful, and he is healthy, and I'm really proud of him. But yeah, and then on my mom's side, my mom has 3 other siblings and my grandparents. And when my mom passed away, it was kind of a rift between my dad and their side of the family, as death does, right? And so it sort of broke our family in a way where, like, and I don't know if it's just me or if it has to be more than just me. My mom's death was, I believe, painful enough for every single person involved that no one's willing to really just talk about it. Like, my grandparents will sometimes mention her, but kind of cautiously.
Yeah.
And it could just be me personifying this thing. but I think it just really hurt everyone. She died from breast cancer at like the age of like 34.
Yeah, that's really early.
It's really young for. It's an age where someone should not die from breast cancer.
At this point, yeah.
And yeah, it was just really, and so like
it just metastasized.
And so like mom, when she got her breast cancer diagnosis, knew that she was dead. It was a stage 4 immediately. It had already metastasized. Mm-hmm. She was supposed to die within a year or 2, and she lived for 7.
7 years?
Mm.
Oh, wow.
So she went through full remission. Like, I remember pulling her hair out and putting tattoos on her head and everything like that. Mm. And she'd written letters for us beyond where she was supposed to live. And I know we had, like, family recordings and stuff, but the pain of her dying, combined with the antagonism between my grandparents, who are amazing, and my dad, who is amazing, both of them are both right and wrong in their antagonism.
Yeah.
And that's really hard to understand. Like, they're both justified in their anger at each other.
Yeah.
And they're both also really wrong in it.
Yeah.
But no, it's like,
What?
nothing. I'm just like getting an itch. So,
do you talk to them much about that? Or have you previously?
Fuck. I'm really bad. Like, if I have too much to drink, I'll like hit this emotional state.
Uh-huh.
No, so like my family doesn't talk about my family doesn't really talk about or like converse around my mom's death. I think it hurt everyone too much. But like I know there's letters and probably like recordings and stuff, like old VHS tapes that have her. But all I have is like that picture, you know. I mean, there's other pictures and stuff. It's not like that's it, but
what's like a core memory for you outside of that picture? Like if it's just something that lives beyond just like that one
there's
thing.
there's a lot of them. She used to read us every night. Like Harry Potter was the first book she ever went through with me.
My mom read Harry Potter to us too.
Which is cool. I didn't actually know she was sick, which is weird for a mom that has stage 4 breast cancer and is like going through chemotherapy and like shitting blood and puking her guts out every other day.
Yeah.
Because for the 4 hours she was awake and functional, it was the 4 hours we were home for school.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. Right? So, like, she'd go sledding. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, and that's like a mile walk with the sleds and then up and down the hill and, like, yeah, functional for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Like, I had no
inkling.
I just didn't know. And it's a weird conflict in my mind because me as an adult wishes that I'd been told clearly that she was going to die because everyone knew.
Yeah.
Like the last time, like my dad woke me up at like 2 a.m. To go to the hospital, and she'd be in the hospital for like 2 weeks at that point. You know, to be like, oh, she died. Like, let's go say goodbye and mourn and stuff like that. I went to school the same day. But it's like everyone knew she was on her deathbed. And I didn't.
Yeah.
Didn't understand what that meant.
Yeah.
But I also got a childhood.
Yeah.
You know, like if they'd been like blunt and honest, I wouldn't have had 7 years.
Yeah. Is your family relationship between those people that were strained during the time of your mom, like, are they still strained to this day?
My dad and my grandparents don't get along. No, and my dad.
The grandparents on the side of your mom?
Yeah. My mom's parents.
So it's step.
Yeah. So my dad has no family beyond him. Just my stepmom and like beyond that, right?
And they don't.
My dad has no
relationship.
There is no family above my dad. Period. Like I said, he emancipated himself at 16 and has made a really good life for himself. And then on my mom's side, it's kind of weird. I was talking to Sheer about it. My grandparents and I are really close. They sort of stepped in and have been amazing parts of my life. But like my aunt, my uncle, you know, my siblings and my mom, they all care about me.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen them for years.
Yeah.
And it's not that like if we saw each other again, we'd reconnect immediately. But it's a little weird. It's a little different when you're the nephew, and not only does the person who should be the connection point not exist anymore, but also like because that person died in the way they did, it sort of is a pain point, right? Yeah. So like I'm not only they all, and I don't know if they all feel this. Like it's me probably projecting more than I should.
Yeah.
But it's like they all care the world for both, like for me and my sister. But we don't see them as often as we should because I'm not traveling home for holidays because my mom isn't visiting, right? Like she would go see her siblings.
Yeah.
And then I imagine when I go visit or talk or whatever, like I remind them, like my sister especially, but me, I'm sure, of course, like remind them of her.
Yeah.
That's got to be hard.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember when Mom died, I was really into the Lord of the Rings. And I remember watching, what was it, the Twin Towers or whatever?
Two Towers.
Where the king buries his son.
Oh, so that would be the third movie.
Is that the third movie?
Yeah, because you're talking about the Steward of Gondor burying Boromir.
Yeah. Drank probably too much. I remember watching that and imagining as like 14 or whatever, because he's out there in the field, the hills, and he's talking. I really just have drank too much. I don't really cry.
There's nothing wrong with crying.
No, I know, but it's not good for video. So.
I love you so much for thinking that matters.
I remember watching that and being like imagining my grandfather, because my grandfather loves The Lord of the Rings. Like he read the books 6 or 7 times, and he watched the movie because he was such a big fan of the books. And I just remember watching that, and it like stuck with me. What he must have felt watching this fictional character that he grew up with and loved and related to, like standing out there with these mounds that just have flowers growing up from them, being like, this is the thing that no one should experience. I don't know. That's probably far enough in the video.
There's nothing wrong with it, man. I think that number one, I think that that's beautiful for you and your family. And number two, I think that that's terrible for you and your family.
I have had too much to drink.
No.
I did this with a friend, and he never let me live it down. Like
live what down?
Well, we drank too much, and then we talked. And I like got something that like found an emotional like needle, and just like
There's nothing wrong with that. I think that the vulnerability with which you have been able to describe the stuff that you've dealt with over the course of your life is awesome.
But I'm not, like, I guess the contrast for me is I'm not actually constantly hurt by it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm okay.
That's fine. You can be generally okay with something that happened and still occasionally emotionally affected by the sincerity or,
I know, but it doesn't feel like the liquor affects how accurate the emotions are being displayed.
Sure.
That's the thing that, like, I don't like that.
Sure. Like, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
You're allowed to be tipsy, you're allowed to be emotionally affected, like, who gives a shit?
Weren't we talking about YouTube?
We were talking about... we started talking about YouTube like a goddamn hour ago. Okay. You know what? I love Jesse a lot. And this is the point in the video in which I normally go to pee. because I have to pee a lot. And I will do the outro for us. I think that this has been an absolute blast in terms of getting to share some of the stuff that we care about in terms of YouTube and the people that we watch. Also, I think that the last hour or so has been a insightful period in which we examine shit that doesn't always get talked about. And I think that to validate and reaffirm Jesse's perspective and his experience is to say that it doesn't matter where you are, what you're dealing with, what level of soberness or drunkenness you're dealing with, is that the emotional frustration, the emotional appeal, the emotional depth, anything that you're dealing with over the course of your life is valid. And it doesn't really matter. The only thing that does matter is that you have people who care about it. That's all that matters. See you guys. Bye.